friends. This is the EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show on the Padres Radio Network.
Yeah, Machado laces it in the air to deep left. This one gonna go!
Coming up, we'll recap the last Padres game, preview today's starting pitching matchup, give you our keys to the game. Plus, we'll hear from manager Craig Stammen. From the Padres Radio Network, here's Sam Levitt.
San Diego Padres baseball coming up on 97.3 The Fan and the Padres Radio Network, as today the Padres take on the Cleveland Guardians in the final and rubber game of a 3-game series. Our starting pitching matchup today for the Guardians, right-hander Tanner Bybee, and for the Padres, right-hander Casey Mize. Hi, good everybody. Sam Levitt with you from inside our San Diego studios. First pitch coming up at 10:40 a.m. here on the West Coast. A little Padres and pancakes for you as the Padres continue their road trip to Cleveland and New York. Coming up in the next 50 minutes, we have a lot to do. You'll hear from Padre manager Craig Stammen. You'll hear from Padres pitcher, Padres closer, that is, Mason Miller. We check in with Jesse Agler in just a few minutes inside the Padres radio booth in Cleveland, our keys to today's game, and much, much more. But first, it's time to set the table, brought to you by Fraser Farms Market. Set your table with the highest quality of natural and organic products from Fraser Farms Market, a San Diego original since 1971 with 3 locations, La Mesa Vista and Oceanside, and at FraserFarmsMarket.com. Padres entered today 66-58. They had a 6-game win streak snap last night. Even with that, the Padres have still won 16 of their last 21 games. Padres enter the day in a 3-way tie with the D-backs and Phillies for the final 2 National League wildcard spots. Guardians, meanwhile, 60-64. Even with that record, they're still just 1 game out of an American League wildcard spot. How about this? There are 6 teams within a game of one another for that final wildcard spot in the AL. Padres sending right-hander Casey Mize to the hill for his 3rd start with the club following the trade from Detroit at the trade deadline. His last start, much better than his first with the Padres. He went 6 innings, allowed just 2 runs against the Brewers earlier this week. Well, the Padres won the series opener in Cleveland on Friday. Last night, things went a little bit differently. Let's rewind.
Did you miss what happened in the last Padres game? Let's take a look back with our Padres Rewind on the Padres Radio Network.
The Padres scratched across a run in the top of the 1st inning against Guardian lefty Joey Cantillo. Fernando Tatis Jr. drew a leadoff walk. Jake Cronenworth singled to put runners on 1st and 3rd. Manny Machado grounded into a double play. That scored a run. Padres had an early 1-0 lead. In the bottom half of the inning, there was a runner on first base for Jose Ramirez against Padres opener Wandy Peralta.
1-0 pitch laced into left center field and into the gap. That's going to bounce and roll to the base of the wall. The Lauder speeding towards 3rd. He's going to be waved. Bogarts relay to the plate. The tag from Fermin. He's out at home. Perfectly done.
Yeah, really good replay. 8-6-2 on the putout, but the inning wasn't over. Ramirez still in scoring position for the Guardians' Joe Adell.
0-2, Wandy delivers, and that's lined into the left field corner, and that'll tie the game. Ramirez drops home as Hayes falls down and left. Comes up with it and sends it in. RBI double, Joe Adell. 3 straight hits for the Guardians, and it's 1-1 here in the bottom of the 1st.
We had a tie game going to the 2nd. Kyle Hart took over on the mound. He issued a leadoff walk. Later in the inning, Patrick Bailey dug in.
And Bailey smacks it on a line into right center. That's a base hit. Fernando trying to chase after it. Won't get there. Rolls all the way to the base of the wall. And now being waved around 3rd. Here's Cronenworth's relay to the plate. Not in time. RBI double Patrick Bailey. And the Guardians have gone ahead. It's 2-1.
Guardians led 2-1 after 2. Randy Vasquez took over for the Padres. Padres still down 2-1 going to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Petey Halpin led off the inning with a bunt single. He stole 2nd. The Guardians' Stephen Kwan at the plate.
And Kwan swings, rips it in the air down the right field line. Fernando on the run, not going to get there. One hops up against the wall, bounces back away from Tatis. Halpin will score, and Kwan into 2nd with an RBI double. It's 3-1.
Kwan went to third base on a ground out. He scored on a sac fly from Jose Ramirez. The Guards led 4-1 through 5. Cantillo went 6 strong innings. He allowed just the one early run. 7th inning, Guardians had runners at first and third. They pulled off a double steal. Couple of errors on the play, both charged to Jay Cronenworth on a missed catch at second base and a wild throw to third base. Both runs ended up scoring on kind of a crazy play, a mess really on that play in the 7th inning for the Padres. Padres ended the game with just one hit. It came on the second batter of the game, an early single from Jay Cronenworth, and that was it. Final score yesterday, Guardians 6 and the Padres 1, setting up the rubber match of this 3-game set here today. Let's go out to Cleveland, Ohio.
Let's take a trip up to the Padres broadcast booth for a deep dive on today's matchup with Jesse Agler in our Padres game preview on the Padres Radio Network.
Well, Jesse, we have been, I would say, incredibly fortunate with weather this Padres season, but I understand rain is lurking. The tarp is lurking, maybe put on the field already. What can you tell us about the weather today in Cleveland?
Yeah, it is one of the stories of the day, unfortunately. And you're right, we've been so lucky. I don't think we've had a single moment of a rain delay all season long. And when we were telling the Cleveland people about that, they were incredulous, could not believe that we haven't had a single second of a rain delay this year. But the tarp is currently on the field. It is not actively raining at the moment, but there is a lot of rain in the forecast. Now, the good news, if you will, is that kind of similar to Cincinnati, where the Ohio River out there sometimes breaks up the rain as it approaches. I don't understand the science of that, but Lake Erie does a similar thing here in Cleveland. They tell us where oftentimes, these big storms come in and for whatever reason, when they hit the water, when they hit the lake, they dissipate a little bit. So that's what we're hoping for at least. But there's a pretty big system coming in from the west, and it's supposed to be kind of a thunderstorm situation for much of the afternoon, kind of on and off. So, we'll wait and see. It kind of feels like one of those days where, maybe they try and hold it off at the start and, look for a window. But it does kind of at least sound like it's going to be on and off all day. So might be one of those afternoons where we just kind of, strap in and take it as it comes. Going to be hard to predict, it sounds like. And odds are we get some kind of interruption at some point, but who knows? Maybe our luck will continue with the weather. We'll see.
Yeah, certainly hope so. We'll keep everybody updated on the weather situation as we get ready for a scheduled first pitch at 10:40 a.m. here on the West Coast. Good pitching matchup today, Jesse, in the series finale. Right-hander Casey Mize making his third start with the Padres. Right-hander Tanner Bybee on the mound for Cleveland. Let's focus on Bybee here for a second because you alluded to it towards the end of the broadcast yesterday. When he's going right, he's one of the better right-handers in the American League. This could be a pretty tough customer for the Padres to face today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's interesting because, one of the things Tony picked up on very, very quickly in game one of the series on Friday night is that Gavin Williams, who's got a great fastball, was not interested in throwing his fastball to the Padres. And then obviously in yesterday's game, Joey Gantillo, it was curveball, changeup, curveball, changeup, curveball, changeup. And it's amazing, right? Because earlier this year, the Padres, for whatever reason, just could not hit the fastball. And so we saw endless fastballs against this team. And now all of a sudden, they're punishing the fastballs. And the Guardians, who've got as good of a pitching, kind of program as any team in the major leagues, very aware of that. And we've seen very few heaters. And now you've got Bybee, who kind of between his four-seam, his two-seam, and his cutter loves to throw fastballs and throws a ton of fastballs, is scheduled to go here today. And it'll be really, really interesting to see, if he kind of adjusts course here against the Padres. I think he's around 70% fastball if you count those three pitches as fastballs. So, once again, we'll be kind of, playing the follow-along game up here in the booth and seeing if Bybee sticks with his trend or if he also tries to mix it up against a Padre team that's been crushing fastballs. But, yeah, as we said, when he's good, he's really good. And a definite challenge here today.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see moving forward if we see more of this, of teams staying away from the heater against this Padres lineup, which you alluded to it, would not have been the case the first 2.5 months of the season, but the Padres have pulled a total 180 on the heater. Jesse, I just want to finish with this. I alluded to it yesterday on the post game. For as much winning as the Padres have done lately, they're 16-5 in their last 21 games. I did think yesterday a good reminder with the Phillies and D-backs winning, and now everybody having the same record again, tied for 2 spots in the National League wild card race. For as well as the Padres have played, there's not a ton of room for a stumble here down the stretch, or else you could find yourself with quite a bit of ground to make up. Really, if you stumble even for just a few days to a week, your thoughts on sort of the overall picture, despite the Padres playing so well as of late?
Yeah, I think, I kind of feel two ways about it. And you're right. I'll start there. There's no question what you're saying is accurate. There's part of me that says it still feels early, middle August, to be looking at the standings every day. And look, I'm guilty of it. I'm not going to, judge anybody for doing so. But, to be tracking the Diamondbacks and the Phillies and even the Marlins and the Cardinals, whoever,
right.
It feels a little premature, with the spots that are available. But at the same time, it's understandable to kind of be in that spot and keep track of it. But, the reality is, I think, if the Padres play the kind of baseball that they've been playing, and this is where maybe you can turn your attention away from the standings, you do get the sense that things will work themselves out, or at least get you until, mid-late September, where you are in a position to track that stuff every single day. But if they do stumble, like you just said, well, then none of that other stuff matters.
Sure.
So, again, if they take care of their business, you don't have to worry too much about the Diamondbacks and the Phillies. If they don't take care of their own business, you still don't have to worry about the Diamondbacks and the Phillies because it's not going to be relevant to the Padres. So, that's, for me, why, my attention, I'm going to try at least to keep it really, as much as I can on the Padres because, what they do is going to dictate where they end up, call it a month from now as we go into the final couple weeks of the season. And then, we can really kind of lock in on what those other teams are doing. But you're right. There's really not much margin for error, you would think. Who knows? Maybe one of those teams, goes down the drain, and has a big stumble. And that could change the complexion of the thing. But the odds are with sort of all the different teams who are kind of involved in it right now, it's going to be tight, going in probably the last weekend of the season. That's kind of how it's gone for the most part at the bottom of the wild card standings in both leagues the last few years. It's just the nature of this sort of playoff format is I think very rarely are things going to be fully decided prior to that last weekend, if not the last couple of days of the regular season. So, try and, focus your attention on this team. If they play well, you'll be in a great position going in. If they don't, they won't be. And so here we go. It's a big month and a half remaining in the season.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. It's more about what the Padres do. And if they play, anywhere close to the way they've been playing, they should be A-OK. Jesse, appreciate the time. Hopefully we start on time at 10:40 here on the West Coast today. We shall see. Thanks so much. We'll talk to you when we talk to you.
Sounds good, Sam.
All right, Jesse Agler joining us on our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show here on the Padres Radio Network as we get ready for first pitch coming up at 10:40. I can't remember if we talked about it on the air or off the air. I think it was actually off the air. Kyle and I here in the studio last night as we were walking out of the building. And we were talking about, because we knew there was some weather in the forecast today in Cleveland, we were talking about, and where's the closest wood here that I can knock on? I don't think we have any in the studio, but whatever. We were talking about how it's actually incredible. We have not had a singular second of a weather delay this season. See, Kyle found out found a clipboard, a wooden clipboard to knock on. So we're covered here. We have not had, believe it or not, a singular second of a rain delay this season, which is remarkable. On August 16th, of course, in San Diego, it's the norm. But, we played a lot of road games already. You would figure at some point we would have some sort of weather delay. We've been extremely, extremely fortunate so far this season. Kyle and I were talking about there's no way we're getting through this thing without a rain delay. I mean, what team has ever done that? I said they better, if the Padres do that, they better go look up in the history of Major League Baseball if that has ever happened. I find it incredibly hard to believe. So hopefully the weather stays away today. We'll keep you posted on the weather. If we do end up starting a little bit late in Cleveland, well, we'll keep you company right here on the Padres Radio Network. When we come back, we'll have our first look at the Padre lineup here today. A little bit later, I go one-on-one with Padres closer Mason Miller. Much more to do as we get ready. A little Padres and pancakes for you on a Sunday morning here at America's finest city. Padres baseball coming up.
What? On your mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor, bro.
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. First pitch is coming your way at 10:40 a.m. in Cleveland, Ohio. The final and rubber match of this three-game series between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians. Padres continue on to New York City. They'll take on the New York Mets tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday to wrap up this six-game road trip. Padres then return home in the later part of this coming week to Petco Park. So we'll see you later in the week in downtown San Diego, but Padres still with four more road games on this trip, including this series finale in Cleveland here today. As we get ready for this one, let's hear from Padre manager Craig Stammen.
Let's pull up a seat in the manager's office and hear from Padres skipper Craig Stammen. Served up by Sinley Food. If you've had better chicken, you must be a rooster.
Well, day game after a night game, so no pregame media availability for Craig Stammen today. So let's revisit what Craig had to say after yesterday's 6-1 loss to the Guardians. It was I would say kind of a weird game in the sense that the Padres had a hit in their second batter of the game. Jake Cronenworth had a single. the Padres would not have another hit after that Cronenworth single in the first inning. They got one run in the game. That was after they had runners on first and third with nobody out. Manny Machado plated a run on a double play ball. No RBI for Manny. And that was it for the Padres offense all night long. Former Padre prospect Joey Cantillo did a really good job, kept the Padres very much off balance. 6 strong innings, 1 run given up, 3 scoreless innings from the Guardians bullpen. Padres pitching was sort of so-so. Wandy Peralta gave up a run as the opener in the first inning. Then Kyle Hart gave up a run in the second. Randy Vasquez did an okay job. He would go 5 innings, but he did give up 4 runs. Guardians did a good job in the game of tacking on, and Cleveland ultimately wins it by a final score of 6-1. Like I said a little bit earlier, the Guardians, it's sort of a fascinating situation for a lot of these American League teams because the Guardians come into today 4 games below 500, but they're just 1 game out of a playoff spot in the American League. So it's just kind of crazy, the AL right now. You got a lot of teams that are under 500, but still very much in the playoff race with, a little bit less than 40 games to go here in 2026. Again, day game after a night game, so no pregame media availability for Craig Stammen. Let's revisit what Craig had to say after yesterday's 6-1 loss in Cleveland.
He definitely kept us off balance the entire night with the off-speed pitches, with the curveballs and changeups. Little cutter, not many fastballs. Seems to be a theme the last 2 nights with the Guardians. So, maybe that's something that we can, be ready for tomorrow. But we'll see. It might be pitcher dependent also.
Do you think it's coincidence? I mean, obviously Williams said last night that he didn't have his command, but then he also really pitched backward. Like, what? Do you think it's coincidence?
It could be either thing. We'll find out in the first inning tomorrow. When we face Tanner Bibby. So, we got to flush this one as quick as we can and move on to tomorrow and get the series.
How did you feel like the pitching? Obviously, your guys both gave up one, but how did you feel like it went?
Just okay. I think Wandy pitched just okay. Kyle pitched just okay, and Randy pitched solid, just okay, and the defense, we didn't really help them out on defense either at the end. So we got a few things to clean up. For the most part, those guys have been throwing the ball really well lately and all year. Them limiting the damage to 1 run early kept us in the game. Even Randy limiting the damage to 2 runs in that inning. We're still in the game 4-1, but those last 2 runs kind of put it to bed.
Did you get any explanation on the pitch clock violation for Freddie?
Yeah, Freddie had already called his timeout at the beginning of the at-bat, and he said his elbow guard unraveled, and the umpire decided that he wasn't ready to hit and didn't know about the elbow guard thing. So, one of those situations, not black and white. That was the umpire's call. Freddie didn't agree with it, but that's how it went.
First time seeing Cantillo, the curveball. I mean, was there anything about him that you think was different or better than you guys anticipated? Besides the fastball usage.
I think he located his curveball extremely well tonight, and then threw the changeup off of that and located that extremely well also. That was probably the best command, he's had of those 2 pitches from what I've watched, on video. But he can run through a lineup when he's on like that, and he did tonight, and that was probably a Padres revenge tour for him, having been traded away. So maybe we can take a little bit of credit of getting him at least some of the way there, but the Guardians have finished him off to where he could, have a good game against us.
That was Padres manager Craig Stammen following yesterday's 6-1 loss in Cleveland. We'll hear more from Craig on our postgame coverage coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. Sam Levitt back with you inside our San Diego studios as we continue to get you ready on our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. EcoWater SoCal, keeping it soft since 1925. Visit EcoWaterSoCal.com or call 760-350-3338. That's 760-350-3338. 888-333-3338. Let's take a look at the Padres lineup here today. Looks like this on this Sunday against the Guardians, with the Padres going for a series win against Cleveland. Fernando Tatis Jr. leading off today's game. He's playing right field. Batting second for the Padres, Jake Cronenworth. He's at second base. Manny Machado getting a DH today. He's batting DH day today. He's batting third. Ty France at first base, batting cleanup. Jackson Merrill in center field, batting fifth. Luis Rengifo at third base, batting sixth. Gavin Sheets in left field, batting seventh. Xander Bogaerts at shortstop, batting eighth. And Freddie Fermin doing the catching today. Day game after a night game for Freddie behind the plate. And he is batting ninth, with, again, right-hander Casey Mize on the mound for the Padres. Right-hander Tanner Bybee on the mound for the Guardians. Both guys coming in with a sub-4 ERA. Bybee just under 4 at 3.99 on the season. He has a 4-12 record. Casey Mize 4-7 on the year. He has a 3.38 ERA between the Tigers and the Padres this season. First pitch is coming up right now at 10:40 a.m. Let's take a look at who's hot, who's not.
Which player is locked in at the dish? Who needs to step up their game? This is Who's Hot, Who's Not. Presented by ASAP Drain Guys and Plumbing, a division of Anderson Commercial, your full-service plumber serving San Diego County.
Let's begin with a look at the hot category. Ty France, we keep in that category today. He had a stretch of 4 straight multi-hit games snap last night. He was 9 for 20 in a 5-game span before the 0 for last night. Remember, we had so many guys in the hot category the last handful of days, but everybody aside from Jake Cronenworth took an 0 for last night, so we had to take some guys out. Luis Campusano, he took an 0 for as the DH last night, but before that, he had been 6 for 11 in his last 3 games with a home run and 7 RBIs. As far as the not category, a couple of guys in there today. Gavin Sheets being one. Gavin in the Padres lineup here today, hitting 120 in his last 75 at-bats. Did have a single last night, but it has been a really rough go as of late for Gavin Sheets, no doubt. Manny Machado, 0 for 4 yesterday. How about this? And to be honest with you, I didn't really register that it had been this long. Manny has not hit a home run in his last 18 games. Been a while for Manny. He's cooled off quite a bit. Again, 0 for 4 yesterday, has not hit a home run in an 18-game span. And that's a look at who's hot, who's not, as we get you ready for first pitch in Cleveland in this series finale. Padres looking for a series win. Let's take a look at some Major League headlines as we go around the horn.
Let's examine the most important news and the latest information you need to know in the world of Major League Baseball. Sam Levitt takes you around the horn. Presented by Valley View Casino and Hotel. Get ready for Major League winning when you join Valley View Casino and Hotel's Players Club and receive over $200 in free instant offers. Visit valleyviewcasino.com to learn more today.
We covered this story yesterday, but I do think it's worth revisiting today. The incredible Major League debut for Joshua Baez yesterday afternoon at Wrigley Field. Truly, perhaps the greatest debut in Major League history. Joshua Baez, 23-year-old for the Cardinals, became the first ever player in Major League history to hit 3 home runs in his Major League debut. He also did it in his first 3 Major League at-bats. He also hit the very first pitch he saw in the big leagues for a home run. His 12 total bases were the most total bases in a Major League debut since 1900. So it was a historic debut, no doubt, for Baez. And I think you very well could say, just based on the idea, that nobody had ever done that before. 3 home runs in his first Major League game. The greatest debut in the history of the game. There certainly would be an argument for that. So Joshua Baez, one of the top prospects in baseball, getting called up yesterday. What a day for Baez. If you were watching the game at Wrigley Field, tons of friends and family in the stands. It really was like a magical thing, really, just from a purely baseball fan standpoint. And Joshua Baez, quite a day at Wrigley Field. Couple of other headlines for you. The Red Sox placing Masataka Yoshida on the 10-day IL earlier today because of a left hamstring strain. And some news in the National League. The Pirates will move Paul Skeens' next scheduled start back 3 days, giving the struggling ace some extra rest amid what has been the worst stretch of his major league career. Pirates manager Don Kelly announcing earlier today that Skeens, who initially was slated to pitch today against the Red Sox, instead will start Wednesday's game against the Tigers. Skeens has a 5.79 ERA in his past 9 starts, and he's also experienced a pretty notable dip in fastball velocity throughout the season. I don't know about you, that would have alarm bells going off really loud. If I were a Pirate fan, if I were part of the Pirate organization, what is going on with Paul Skeens? Huh? That's a look at some of the headlines from around the major leagues. I don't know, just pushing him back, dipping fastball velo, I think by something like 2 miles per hour on average. In this most recent stretch, alarm bells would be going off for me in Pittsburgh if that was going on with Paul Skeens. We'll see what the rest of the year looks like for Paul Skeens as the Pirates try to hang on to hanging around in the NL wildcard race. Like we said, entering today, Arizona, San Diego, Philadelphia. They're in a 3-way tie for the 2 final wildcard spots. All 3 teams come into today sitting at a record of 66 and 58. Then you have Miami 3 games out. You've got St. Louis 3.5 out, Cincinnati 6 out, Pittsburgh 6.5 out, Washington 6.5 out. So, hey, Reds, Pirates, Nats sort of on the periphery. Marlins and Cardinals, though, they're right there. 3 games out, 3.5 games out. Certainly you can make that up if you're a ball club with nearly 40 games remaining. And I do think Jesse made a good point when I asked him about it a little bit earlier, kind of the wider lens of the National League wildcard race right now. It probably is admittedly a little too early to be worrying about the out-of-town scoreboard. I will stand by that if you're the Padres and really any team in this race, you don't have a ton of room to stumble. You can't have a really bad week or two because you could have some serious ground to make up, and then you look up and you've got 20-something games remaining, let's say, and you've got a lot of ground to make up. So we'll see. Still 38 games remaining for the Padres this season, and as of this morning, again, in a 3-way tie for the final 2 wildcard spots with Arizona and Philadelphia. When we come back, we'll take a look at our keys to today's game. We'll also give you the latest on Padres reliever Jason Adam. Full look at the out-of-town scoreboard, and I go one-on-one with Padres closer Mason Miller. Really, really good conversation with Mason. We focused for a while, not on him, but on the impact of Adrian Morejon, and more specifically, Morejon's impact on Mason's season. I think I'll be really interested to hear what Mason has to say about his setup man, Adrian Morejon. First pitch coming your way in just a little bit here on the Padres Radio Network. The Padres and the Guardians in the final game of this 3-game series on this Sunday afternoon. EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios as we get ready for the series finale between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians on this Sunday. All right, let's give you a little good news, little bad news. Did we start with the good news or the bad news? All right, we'll start with the good news. Here's the good news, right? So I'm looking out at Murphy Canyon right now. I'm looking out at the 15. It is a gorgeous day here in San Diego. There is not a cloud in the sky. Leaving Ocean Beach this morning, I'm going to be honest with you. It was one of those mornings where I'm coming into the studio while the team is on the road where it was painful. It really was. All I wanted to do was enjoy the weather, sit by the beach, do a nice little stroll around OB, pick up a cup of coffee. That's all I wanted. Had to come into the studio. Woe is me. Woe is me. Don't feel bad for me. But it is that beautiful today here in San Diego. So I hope you're enjoying this Sunday morning. Not that I'm not enjoying it. I'm having a good time getting you ready for Padres baseball, but I hope you're enjoying the beautiful weather on this Sunday. Here's the second piece of good news. I do promise you that I do know the difference between AM and PM because on our way to break, I said, getting you ready for Padres baseball on this Sunday afternoon. You know, my brain was in Cleveland where it is the afternoon already. I do understand it. It's just after 10 a.m. here in San Diego. So I promise you, good news, I do know the difference between AM and PM, morning and afternoon. Okay, so that's the good news. What's the bad news? It was too good to be true that we could possibly go an entire season without a rain delay. Well, we will have a rain delay, a weather delay before first pitch in Cleveland today. So when we have more information on when today's series finale in Cleveland will begin, we'll be sure to pass it along. But here is a little bit of good news for you. We will keep you company right here on the Padres Radio Network on 97.3 The Fan until today's game begins. So we will have an extended edition of our pregame coverage. May check in with Jesse and Tony at a couple of different points. And when we have an update on the weather, and as we get updates on the weather in general in Cleveland, Ohio, we will be sure to pass it along. But today's game will not begin on time at 10:40 a.m. local time here in San Diego. So I can promise you that when today's game will begin, I don't know. It is one of those scenarios where the Padres and Guardians don't have another game scheduled this season. Padres obviously don't make another trip to Cleveland. So my gut would say to me, I'm not a weather expert, I'm not a scheduling expert. My gut, my knowledge from history would say to me, we probably are going to wait for a while today to get this game in, right? And so we haven't started today's game to begin with, which certainly from a starting pitching perspective with Casey Mize and Tanner Bybee is the right thing, a good call. So we'll keep you updated on the weather. But as we get you ready for baseball, keep you company, we will continue on with our typical pregame coverage. Let's roll things right along with today's injury report.
Who's in? Who's out? This is the Bada Fulkerson Injury Report, presented by San Diego's Bulldog Injury Attorneys, who hope you're never in an accident. But if you are, make Bada Fulkerson the first call you make. Hit them up 24/7 at badafulkerson.com.
Well, Kevin Acee in the San Diego Union Tribune reporting earlier today that Padres reliever Jason Adam threw weighted plyo balls against the outfield wall in Cleveland yesterday afternoon. He appears to still be on track to begin playing catch next week. The Padres are, according to Kevin, hopeful that Adam, who's been out since early July with a shoulder strain, can be pitching for them by mid-September. So sounds like continued good news on Jason Adam, although he's still a little bit of a ways away. He's only throwing plyo balls right now. As far as Joe Musgrove, we continue to wait for word on what the next step will be for Joe. He threw that rehab game in El Paso, 70 pitches on Friday. We'll see how Joe comes out of it. I guess there's not a non-zero, or I should say there is a non-zero possibility that Joe could return to the big leagues his next time out. I don't know that for sure, but we shall see what the next step is for Joe Musgrove, if there is a plan for another rehab start for Joe Musgrove at some minor league level. So as we get updates on Joe today and into this coming week, we will continue to keep you posted. And that's a look at today's injury report. I go one-on-one with Padres pitcher Mason Miller in just a little bit, so stay tuned for that. Right now, let's take a full look at the out-of-town scoreboard.
Let's take a trip around the bigs to highlight the scores that matter most with our out-of-town scoreboard. Presented by Jensen Premium Beef Patties. Always a hit for grilling.
Well, we have one game in progress right now. Everything else is either just about to begin or coming up later. Rays lead the Orioles 1-0 in Tampa Bay in the 5th inning. Red Sox and Pirates about to get underway in Pittsburgh. D-backs and the Braves. Same thing in Atlanta. Yankees and the Blue Jays about to get underway in Toronto. Nationals and the Mets in New York, and the Marlins and Reds in Cincinnati. Games coming up a little bit later. Again, some of these coming up in the next half hour or so. White Sox and the Tigers at 10:40. Phillies and the Twins at 11:10 a.m. Pacific time in Minnesota. Cardinals and the Cubs in Chicago at 12:15. Rockies and the Giants at 1:05 in San Francisco. Rangers and the A's at 1:05 in Sacramento. Royals and the Angels in Anaheim at 1:07. Brewers in LA against the Dodgers at 1:10. Mariners and the Astros in Houston at 4:20. And we'll provide you much more info on those games coming up a little bit later. And quite frankly, if this rain delay becomes lengthy, we will give you some updates on the out-of-town scoreboard as we get ready for today's Padres Guardians game to begin. Well, goes without saying, Mason Miller has had an excellent season, one of the best seasons you will ever see from a reliever. But certainly one reason Mason has been so good, not the reason, but an aspect to it, and you'll hear from Mason himself on this in a second, has been the work of Adrian Morejon. I mean, you will not find a better 1-2 punch in the big leagues right now than Eminem, Morejon, and Miller. They have been terrific together in the back end of the Padre bullpen. Mason Miller, a 0.88 ERA, 30 saves to lead the National League. He has been so good, 93 strikeouts in 51 plus innings, and Adrian Morejon has been the setup man in front of Mason all season long. I talked with Mason about Adrian Morejon and more inside the Padres clubhouse before today's game. Sam Levitt here on the Padres Radio Network as we get ready for today's game. And right now I'm joined by Padres closer Mason Miller. Mason, we were talking the other night. You said something interesting to me. You said regarding Adrian Morejon, you couldn't do what you do without him doing what he does. Can we dive into that a little bit more, what it's meant to you this season to have a setup man, the quality of Adrian pitching in front of you on so many nights?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes way further than just Mo too, Brad and all these other guys. Yuki's having an incredible year. Wandy's throwing a ton of innings for us. Different points and times of the year, a lot of guys chipping in too. So it's kind of just the conglomerate effort of everybody. But, for Adrian specifically, just coming in, getting it out in an inning, going back out. He's, I think, got like 63 innings already this year. So that's an insane number. But it's also one thing to throw that many innings, another thing for it to pretty much every time he's been in the game. It's been a tight game or coming in with a big situation. A lot of games that could have swung a different direction, kind of hinging on his success. So, I've had a great year myself, but, I think that his value has to be, exponentially higher than what I've been able to do this year, just as a one inning, type of closer. I've picked up an extra out here and there, but, the amount of times he's put us in a position that, kind of a pivotal moment in the game. And it's like, that's the guy we want on the mound, So I think, in my opinion, I think he's been our most valuable guy down there.
The results for Adrian speak for themselves, but what stands out about Adrian, even beyond what maybe somebody like me or fans can see about the way he goes about his business?
Yeah, I mean, he has an extremely level head, extremely personal guy, but I think it's just the work and the preparation that goes for everybody in this locker room. That nobody really gets to see all the work that guys put in behind closed doors that goes into us being able to do what we do. So, I just constantly am trying to get on his level. It's good. That's what they kind of talk about. It's like get around guys that are really, really good at what they do, and that kind of elevates people around you. So, I think his performance is one thing, but I think he's elevated everybody's performance around him as well.
when you guys are in the bullpen together, there are a lot of situations where it sometimes is just you two, maybe a few other people down there as the game is progressing and different relievers are getting into the game. Are you guys communicating during the game about game plan, about what hitters are doing, things like that?
No, I think for both of us, it's, we have a really, really strong skill set. It's what we're able to do. And, there's not really bad matchups for us. You could look at it as he's a lefty, I'm a righty, and we could mix and match and do that. But I feel really good about him getting righties out, feel good about me getting lefties out. So it's pretty much like there's not a bad matchup for us down there. It's literally just go out there and force them to beat you. I've seen it plenty of times for myself, and in his case a little bit too. Just sometimes you do the other team some favors, put guys on base for free. Give him a pitch to hit in a situation that you probably shouldn't, and it literally just boils down to we're in control on the mound, and you take control, know who you are, and go dominate.
I initially asked you about Adrian Morhone, and you immediately started talking about other people, which I think speaks volumes to what this bullpen is, the quality of this pen as a whole. When you look at everybody from you to Adrian to Bradley to Jeremiah to Yuki to Wandy, everybody in this bullpen, you're right, there are so many quality arms that have contributed. When you look at the overall group, what stands out about what you guys do and the way you guys have gone about it this year?
I think it's just consistency and answering the bell. There's plenty of situations that guys maybe are probably too good to be pitching in, but that's kind of the situation we find ourselves in because we have so many good arms down there, and that's a luxury to this team that we have so many quality arms in the bullpen here. We have guys on the IL, guys in minor league rehab and or in AAA that are extremely capable of getting big league outs. So just being a part of a group like this is something we all take a lot of pride in, and it's kind of like a selfless kind of approach to it where it's not about me, it's about the group, it's about the team, and I think you play your best, pitch your best when you're not trying to do it for yourself, you're doing it for the guy next to you, guy in front of you, guy behind you.
We're joined by Padres pitcher Mason Miller here on the Padres Radio Network. Mason, I want to finish up by asking you about one of the younger guys, and that's Bradley Rodriguez. I mean, this guy has been unbelievable. Any role he's been given, any situation he's been asked to open 4 times, he's thrown a scoreless inning each time he's been asked to open a game. He's really burst on the scene and has been able to handle everything. From your perspective, what is allowing Bradley to perform at this kind of level?
I mean, his stuff is amazing, like so many pitchers in this game now, but I think what's helped him take the next step is guys like Wandy and just like we've kind of talked about, being amongst a group of guys that have a lot of success. Success is contagious, but just his ability to learn, and even if he has an outing where it doesn't necessarily go the way that he wants, it's not an empty outing. That's what separates people, is learning from your mistakes and not being the same guy and expecting different results, like being willing to adapt and change and continue to be unpredictable. But yeah, I mean, from the jump this year, he's been amazing.
Mason, great insight as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sam.
That was Mason Miller inside the Padres clubhouse as we get ready for today's series finale coming up in Cleveland, the rubber game of this 3-game set between the Padres and the Guardians. Sam Levitt back with you inside our San Diego studios. If you're just joining us, we do have a rain delay, unfortunately, before first pitch. We will keep you company up until first pitch, whenever that may be in Cleveland. I'm going to be honest with you, looking at the forecast in Cleveland, it doesn't look particularly promising for the game today, but like we said, you'd anticipate we probably will wait around here a while. These two teams do not meet again. The Padres do not travel to Cleveland again this season, so you would imagine a pretty good chance we may be waiting around here a while for today's game. All right, let's step aside. When we come back, we'll get into our keys to today's game. Take a look at today's starting pitching matchup coming up a little bit later as well. I will tell you, while we have our rain delay programming here, if you want to get a phone call in, you can do that. I'll take your calls on this Sunday morning. Anything you want to talk Padres related at 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Phone number to dial. That's right. We'll take your calls even here on the pregame with the rain delay, and we'll keep you company here until first pitch. Our pregame coverage continues after this on the Padres Radio Network. EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. First pitch is coming up at, a time to be announced later in Cleveland. We have a rain delay before first pitch. The first rain delay we've had all season. I keep going back in my brain to think, am I imagining this, that we've not had a rain delay all year long? I'm almost positive. I'm about 99.7% positive we have not had a single minute of a rain delay. Sometimes these seasons, especially with rain delays, they kind of, merge together. I'm almost positive that we have not had a single minute of a rain delay this season. Well, that ends today as we are in a delay before first pitch in Cleveland, Ohio. When we have updates on today's first pitch time, we will pass it along, but right now we do not. So we'll keep you company here on the Padres Radio Network up until first pitch. Again, if you want to get a phone call in, you can do that. We typically, if we can, we'll take your phone calls here on the pregame during our rain delay programming, if you will. The phone number, as always, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973, the phone number to dial if you want to get involved. Today is a Military Sunday on the Padres Radio Network. Military Sunday, as always, brought to you by our San Diego County Toyota dealers. We make it easy. Let's give you our keys to today's game.
How will the Padres unlock a win today? These are the keys to the game. Presented by Rock and Block Turf and Hardscapes. Beautiful artificial turf that stays green all year long. Trust and experience. The job isn't done until it's done right. See them at rockandblocklandscape.com.
Key number one, hey, offense, bounce back. Last night's loss to the Guardians was just the fifth time in the Padres' last 52 games that they were held to fewer than 5 hits. For context, that happened 15 times in their first 72 games of the season. In a similar light, last night was the 11th time in 52 games they were held to fewer than 3 runs. That happened 27 times in the first 72 games of the season. So I bring up these numbers and comparisons to make the point. Last night, the Padres offense, they got 1 hit. It came in the first inning, 1 run. In fact, they had more errors than hits in the game. That is never a good sign. The offense looked like the first half version of itself for the first time in a really long time. One game like that, that's okay. That happens. Can't have that happen today or moving forward. So, hey, offense, bounce back today after a really quiet game yesterday. That's key number one. Key number two, keep Steven Kwan off the base pass. Steven Kwan has reached base in 40 of his last 43 games, hitting a .368 in that span with 10 extra base hits, 10 RBIs, and 22 runs scored in that span. Key number three, limit Jose Ramirez. Ramirez doubled yesterday for his first extra base hit since returning from the IL on July 22nd. He had an 18-game span without an extra base hit. That was the longest of his career. He's hitting only .203 since returning from the IL. And just so you know, he is somebody who is obviously, because of Casey Mize's time in the American League Central, he's seen Mize a lot. He's had success against him. Ramirez, 6 for 13 with 2 home runs lifetime against Casey Mize. That's a matchup certainly to watch here today. Hit some bombs against Tanner Bybee. Key number 4. Bybee has allowed 23 home runs this year. 17 of them have come to left-handed batters. That's tied for the second most in the majors this season. 16 home runs against his fastballs this season. We'll talk more about that Bybee fastball coming up a little bit later on in our pregame/rain delay coverage here. But this is a guy, Tanner Bybee, that you typically can hit home runs against. Can the Padres get some long balls off today against Tanner Bybee? That's key number 4, and that's a look at our keys to today's game. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look at our pitching matchup here today between Casey Mize and Tanner Bybee. Mize, 29 years old, 2 starts with the Padres so far this season in Arizona, 3 innings and a third, career high 8 earned runs given up on 9 hits. Then he had a much, much better outing against Milwaukee earlier this week, 6 innings, 2 runs, 5 hits allowed. He did face the Guardians back in May in a Tiger uniform, 6 2/3 innings, 2 runs given up on 4 hits. 5 career starts against the Guardians, a 2.93 ERA against them. 1 career start in Cleveland, 7 scoreless innings. That came last July. I was kind of amazed, to be honest with you, when I looked this up, that he had only made 1 ever start in Cleveland, considering he was in the division for so long. But that's what it is. 1 career start in Cleveland. And like I said, a really good one, 7 shutout innings. Right-hander Tanner Bybee on the mound for the Guardians today, 27 years old, 3.99 ERA in 25 starts this season. He's got a 4-12 record on the year. His last start in Detroit, not great, 6 innings and a third, 6 runs, 5 earned, given up on 5 hits. He's had a shaky start to August. That's after he posted a 2.77 ERA in his final 4 starts of July. 2 starts against the Padres in his career. 1 good, 1 not so good. 2023, 4 innings, 6 earned runs given up on 8 hits. Fernando Tatis Jr. hit a home run against him, and the last start he made against the Padres in 2024, 5 2/3 scoreless innings and 2 hits given up. So we'll see what version of Tanner Bybee shows up today, but a couple of guys with sub-4 ERAs coming in. Casey Mize, a sub-4 ERA. Tanner Bybee just under 4 this season. All right, we'll step aside. When we come back, we'll tell you what to watch for in today's game, and we will get to some of your phone calls here as we keep you company until first pitch in Cleveland. Again, the phone number to call, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Phone number to dial. We'll take your phone calls, talk anything you want Padres related as we wait for a first pitch time in Cleveland. A rain delay, tarp on the field, unfortunately, at Progressive Field in Cleveland. So stay with us right here on the Padres Radio Network.
Hey, bada bada swing, bada bada.
This is attorney Dan Fulkerson with Bada Fulkerson.
EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. Again, we are in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland, Ohio, as we get you ready for this series finale between the Padres and the Guardians, the rubber game of this 3-game series. We will get to some of your phone calls here coming up in a bit. See, this is why I love our listeners and Padres fans, right? I'm sitting here on a Sunday morning. It's a rain delay. It's actually our first rain delay of the season. And I say, hey, we'll take your phone calls. We'll talk anything Padre related with you as we wait for Padres baseball on this Sunday morning. And wouldn't you know, within a minute, phone lines lighting up. So we got a lot of phone calls to get to, and we'll get into those in a little bit. We may hear from Jesse and Tony coming up in a little bit as well. Again, we're going to keep you company here on the Padres Radio Network until we have a first pitch in Cleveland. No update right now. All we can tell you is the weather forecast doesn't look too promising. The tarp is on the field, and that's about all we have for you right now. So we may be in for a lengthy delay here. Hopefully not too lengthy, but again, we're now beyond the scheduled first pitch time at 10:40 a.m. So if you're tuning in and you're saying, hey, who is this guy? I don't listen to the pregame. Who's this guy? Where's Jesse and Tony? Well, my name's Sam, and we're in a rain delay. So you got me until the rain clears. Let's tell you what to watch for in today's game.
What's the one thing Sam Levitt will be keeping his eye on in today's game? This is What to Watch For. Presented by Genesis Home Improvements, San Diego's trusted painting, roofing, and window company. Save 15% today on a new beginning for your home. Visit GenesisHomeImprovements.com.
We talked about this with Jesse a little bit earlier. I do think it's the main thing to watch in today's game, especially considering how the Guardians have pitched the Padres in this series. There has been a clear plan, whether it was Gavin Williams on Friday, whether it was Joey Cantillo in yesterday's game, of staying away from the fastball. And it is kind of remarkable considering the first 2.5 months of the season, the Padres had so much trouble hitting the heater. But since the turn to July, it's been totally different. They've been one of the best fastball hitting teams in the big leagues. Only the Mets and Diamondbacks have a higher slugging percentage against fastballs since the All-Star break than the Padres at 467. So to put it a little bit simpler, Padres have the third highest slugging percentage against fastballs since the All-Star break in the major leagues. Here's why today it's really interesting and important to note. Tanner Bybee, he throws different variations of the fastball, but nearly 70% fastballs. That is top 10 as far as fastball usage in the major leagues this season. And by the way, he's given up 16 home runs against his fastball this season. He's given up 23 on the year. 16 of them have come against some variation of his heater. So what to watch for in today's game? Really two-part thing. Number one, how does Bybee attack the Padres? A guy who is very fastball heavy. We've seen the Guardians in this series, they have not used the fastball against the Padres. So will Bybee have to pitch a little bit differently today? And the second part of the equation, when Bybee throws his fastball, he will, to some degree, certainly. Can the Padres make him pay? Can they hit that fastball? So a really good fastball hitting team as of late today in the Padres against the guy who really likes to use his fastball in Tanner Bybee. That is what to watch for in today's game. All right, let's go to the phones here. 833-288-0973. Again, you're listening to an extended edition of our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. We're in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. As we have updates for you on the weather, we will continue to pass them along. All right, where to begin on this Sunday morning on the phones? 833-288-0973. You know, when I see Ocean Beach pop up on our phone screen, got to start an OB, right? My neck of the woods. Let's go to Travis in Ocean Beach calling in. Hi, Travis. How you doing? Welcome in.
Thank you, Sammy, for taking my call. Ocean Beach loves you. Love seeing you around the hood. Okay, so I didn't know what else to talk about, but my favorite thing that's happened this year is ABS and how the pods have used it on both sides. I think it's made a huge impact, and also with the addition of Ty France. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Travis. Really a two-parter there. Let me start with ABS. I think my general consensus on it is it has been a smashing success. I think from a lot of different standpoints. I think, number one, it has made more calls right. I think it's added a great degree of strategy to the game that did not exist before. I think it's added another skill set to the game for both catchers and hitters. Obviously, pitchers can challenge too, but we see that so rarely. I think it's been a huge success. I really do. Look, I think when you're watching these games now, you see your team give up an early challenge and get it wrong, like you're livid. And in the big picture of the game, it's a really big deal. I mean, we've come to realize now not having a challenge late in these games is really, really crucial. It could win or lose you a game. I thought we saw it in that Brewers series, right? When the Brewers were out of challenges and there were a couple of spots late in I'd have to go back and look which game it was exactly. All of them were, pretty close with the Brewers. But the point is, like, that really hurt them. And look, it's hurt the Padres too. The Padres in the early part of the season, it felt like they were constantly getting challenges wrong and constantly using them too early. It seems like, and I'm not, using any data to back this up, it seems like the Padres have been a lot better in that department. Certainly Freddie Fermin, I think, has been better in that department. But I think on the whole, Travis, the ABS system, it's been a huge success. I mean, look, I do think Major League Baseball deserves a lot of credit for this. They've introduced a lot of new stuff over the course of the past 5 years, going back to the disengagement rules and the pitch clock, which obviously of all things was, I think you could argue, the biggest change they made, the ABS challenge system. And look, it's all come with growing pains. I think the pitch clock in particular has come with growing pains. And I still think to this day, there are positives and negatives to the clock. But I will tell you, I think on the whole, I think pretty much everybody would agree it's been a big success. I mean, look, I do think Major League Baseball deserves credit. They have introduced some pretty radical changes to the game in the past 5 to 8 years. And I think on the whole, they've worked out really well. It has made the game more exciting, I think. It has sped up the game, I mean, incredibly. It is amazing. And I feel like we talk about it, those of us who work in the game at the ballpark all the time. It is amazing it's amazing how long a what used to be standard game time feels now. I mean, a 3-hour game nowadays feels like it goes on forever, but 3 hours was average a handful of years ago. I mean, that was quick. It is really incredible what the pitch clock has done. I think it's been a real success. I think ABS has been a real success. So, look, they deserve a lot of credit for that. Travis, to your other, part of your call there, look, there's no way around it. Ty France has been unbelievable. I think he's been the MVP of this club, quite frankly. He's been not only tremendous offensively, but he's been tremendous defensively. I mean, he has played a Gold Glove caliber first base, and he's a Gold Glove award winner at first base. He has been absolutely incredible on both ends, and I think very well you could argue he has been from start to finish the MVP of this club for his consistency, for his run production, for his defense. I mean, and especially when you consider he came in on a minor league deal, he has been one of the best, probably the overall best story on the 2026 Padres. I mean, take your pick, right? I think Luis Camposano could have a case as well. But as far as like the impact that a guy has had, who's had a bigger impact than Ty France? And I joked about it the other day. I mean, if you didn't go actually look at the game log, you would swear that he has at least 2 hits per day, every day. That's how consistent he has been. So, look, AJ has hit on a lot of these guys coming in on minor league deals this year. Another really good example. France has been great. Walker Buehler has been a big contributor to this rotation, up and down, but still, he's given you a lot of innings. I think he's played more of a role on this team than you probably imagined him playing when he first got signed during spring training. Luis Rengifo, I mean, list goes on and on. I mean, heck, even Nick Castellanos, I know it didn't work out ultimately, but Nick Castellanos had a couple of really big hits. I can think of one game in particular, Castellanos with the Padres down to their final strike, hitting a game-tying home run in the 9th inning against Riley O'Brien and the Cardinals, and the Padres coming back to win that game. You know what? You get into the playoffs by one game. Hey, you won one extra game because of Nick Castellanos. Makes the signing worth it for that alone. So I think AJ's done well in that department once again this season. Let's go to Chula Vista. It's Julian calling in. Hi, Julian. You're on the Padres Radio Network as we wait out this rain delay. Welcome in.
Hey, Sam. Thank you for taking our call. I just wanted to say that our family loves listening to the fan. Anytime a Padres game pops up and we're on the road, we usually put you guys on.
Oh, thank you.
I also wanted to know if we could get a shout out. The Padres aren't the only San Diego team going to New York this week. Our little one's 12U travel baseball team is going to Cooperstown for a tournament, and we were hoping to get a shout out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to your team going to Cooperstown for a tournament. That's wonderful. So, Julian, appreciate the phone call. Shout out to all the kids playing baseball in Cooperstown. That's awesome. If you've never been to Cooperstown, it is an absolutely wonderful trip, place to go, place to play baseball as well. So shout out to Julian, the 12U team going to Cooperstown. I also want to give a shout out. We haven't talked about it on the pre and post game coverage. I know Jesse and Tony touched on it yesterday. Shout out to the Sweetwater Valley Little League team for winning that West Regional Championship and heading on to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the Little League World Series. That was a really big deal earlier this week. So shout out to the kids heading to Williamsport, representing our area here. That's going to be very, very cool to follow in Williamsport as the Little League World Series gets underway. That's our board operator, Kyle Ovenshire's neck of the woods, Bonita. So great stuff all the way around. The kids playing good ball here in San Diego. Love to see it. All right, let's go to Brian in San Diego calling in. Brian, you're on the Padres Radio Network, our rain delay programming on this Sunday morning. Welcome in. What's up?
Hey, Sammy, how you doing?
Hey, doing well.
I just want to talk about Buddy Rodriguez. He's been phenomenal, and what I've seen about Buddy Rodriguez in Mason Middle and Morejon, I think they're doing fantastic, and Craig Stammen, whatever he's doing, just keep it up. And what I've seen, he's been phenomenal.
Yeah, Brian, appreciate the phone call. I think you're absolutely right. I'll take the Bradgley direction on it here. I mean, Mason's been great. Morejon's been great. We know that. You know, look, Bradgley has been unbelievable. I mean, honestly, I don't think we've even talked about it enough. And if you heard my pregame conversation with Mason Miller, what was it, about 20, 30 minutes ago at this point, you heard me ask him about Bradgley, and he sung the praises of Bradgley Rodriguez. I mean, it's been incredible. 2.09 ERA, 51 appearances. He struck out 59 in 56 innings. The most impressive thing about him is that he's 22. This guy does not turn 23 until November. And, you know, Craig was asked about it the other day, on Friday, in fact, after Rodriguez picked up his first major league save. When they wanted to stay away from Miller in the series opener in Cleveland. And he was essentially asked, do you see Bradgley as a closer one day? And, you know, Craig, I think, kind of shied away from it, right? I mean, Bradgley's such a young guy. You've got a closer in Mason Miller that's still with you for a few years here. So I don't think he's going to come out and say it. But I said after the game and after we heard from Craig, let me help Craig out a little bit. Yeah, this guy could be a closer one day. Now, look, in a Padre uniform, Mason's going to be your closer for, at least the next couple of years here. But does Bradgley Rodriguez have the stuff and I think the mindset to be a closer? Yeah. I mean, this guy has been unbelievable in every situation he's been given. High leverage earlier in the year, lower leverage spots. He's been asked to start open 4 games this year. He's thrown a scoreless inning in each opener appearance. It's been incredible. I mean, again, he is hovering around a 2 ERA. He's 22 years old. And the thing for Bradgley is the stuff just speaks for itself. I mean, he's got the great sinker. He's got a great changeup. He mixes the pitches incredibly well. He obviously throws in the upper 90s to over 100 miles per hour. And he is one of those guys, much like Miller, much like Morejon, that throws really hard, has great movement. The stuff is off the charts, and he throws strikes. I mean, look at the totality. He's walked 17 and struck out 59 in 56 innings. Typically, and it's not uncommon for young guys that throw as hard as he does to come up and have command issues. Not that they're always going to have command issues, but do you understand that Bradgley comes in, he seems to never really have command issues. It's remarkable for somebody who's 22. So, look, I said it after the game on Friday after he picked up that save. For a while, had said Bradgley to me was like on the tier just a cut below. The Miller, Morejon, Adam when he's healthy, Estrada, high leverage, circle of trust group. But I said after Friday, I got to stop doing that. I mean, Bradley's in there. Bradley's in there. Make it 5 in that upper tier group of your high leverage relievers. How is he not? Again, his overall numbers as a major leaguer, a 1.98 ERA going back to last year and 58 total appearances. He's been incredible. And the Padres, to their credit, he's a homegrown kid. To their credit, they have developed yet another really electric closer material reliever. And Bradley now, you would expect, is going to be a part of this bullpen for years and years to come. So credit to the Padres, him, Morahone, obviously, that's been a process going back way longer than Bradley at this point. But they've got a couple of homegrown dynamite guys in that bullpen. And Bradley has been incredible. And I'll end with this, and then we'll go to break because we're going to throw things to Jesse and Tony at the top of the hour, get an update from them in Cleveland. Keep in mind that the power of the Padres bullpen isn't just what they have in the back end, isn't just the high leverage group, but it is the top to bottom nature of what they are. From Mason to Morahone to Bradley to Estrada to Adam when he's healthy, to the great year that Matsui's had, to the quality work that Kyle Hart has put together, to, for the most part, Wandy's had a good year. Like, that gave them the ability on Friday in a close game to stay away from Morahone and Miller and give them some extra rest. I mean, that's why they were able to do that. So they've been terrific as a unit, and Bradley in particular has been a terrific story in 2026. All right, let's step aside. When we come back, we'll send things back to Cleveland, check in with Jesse and Tony. Again, we are in a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. We're keeping you company here on the Padres Radio Network.
The heat is coming, son.
Our extended EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. Again, we are in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland, this series finale rubber match of this 3-game set between the Padres and the Guardians. Let's quickly pause for station identification on the Padres Radio Network.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
This is Walker Buehler, pitcher for the San Diego Padres. You're listening to Padres Baseball on the Padres Radio Network.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, speaking of Walker Buehler, he is scheduled to start tomorrow's game for the Padres in New York, series opener against the Mets. But first things first, Padres got to wrap up this series, going for a series win today in Cleveland. We're in the midst of a rain delay, an extended edition of our pregame coverage. Right now, let's go to Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio, and hear the latest from Jesse and Tony. Hi, guys.
All right, Sam, how's it going? And yes, Tarp is still on the field here in Cleveland, and the official update on the video board is that the game is in a delay due to impending weather conditions, which is to say it's not actually raining right now, but they do expect some big thunderstorms in the next half hour or so. So at the moment, I believe they call this a non-rain delay.
Yeah, this is a popular thing out in the Midwest where, they happen to, pull the tarp out and, wait for rain. Sometimes it comes, sometimes it doesn't. We'll see where it lands here today.
Now, the good news is also, according to the board, the Guardians are in contact with WKYC and MLB, and they tell us to please stay tuned for frequent updates. We are hopeful to get underway soon. I presume WKYC is one of the local broadcast outlets that has a good meteorological department. But, yeah, so we kind of wait this thing out a little bit. And, we're kind of in this situation where we want to complain, but it's a little bit hard. This is literally the very first rain delay that the Padres have been a part of in 2026. It is August 16th. We have like 30-something games left in the season.
In my 10 years of doing this, we've never been this lucky. Yeah. And so we are biting our tongues in terms of complaining and doing some of the things we typically do when it starts to rain. But we've been pretty lucky this year. So, hopefully we can get this game going sooner rather than later. I think ultimately both teams don't want to burn a starter. And so the last thing you want to get out there is to have a starter get out there and then end up having to stop the game and, both sides lose a pitcher.
Yeah, I think the idea, again, is once this thunderstorm blows through, we're looking up at the radar on the video board right now, and you got plenty of orange and red up there heading this direction. Once that blows through, we probably are good enough for the rest of the afternoon. So not an all-day kind of situation, hopefully, and maybe just a couple of hours late. And as they say, better late than never. As you said, the priority is not throwing Casey Mize, Tanner Bybee out there, having to yank them out. And that is something the Guardians went through very recently. Joey Cantillo in his last start against the White Sox last Sunday in Chicago only threw one inning. Then they had a 2-hour-plus rain delay. That's kind of the nightmare scenario for these managers.
Yeah, and on the Padres side, listen, we saw what happened in last night's game with you hit the one spot in this rotation where there isn't a solidified starter. You see that game kind of got away from the Pods. And so if you got one of your four guys that is solidified, you want to be able to use them as long as possible. So this is one of those things that it sucks for all of us to have to sit here and wait, but wait we shall do.
Wait we shall do. So the tarp is on the field here in Cleveland. The heavy stuff is supposedly on the way. And now we just wait for Mother Nature to do her thing. And, of course, we will continue to provide updates thanks to WKYC and the Cleveland Guardians. So that's the story from the banks of Lake Erie here in Cleveland, Ohio. We send you back now to Sam in sunny, I presume, San Diego.
Oh, it's absolutely beautiful, Jesse. Appreciate it. As always, we'll continue to check in with Jesse and Tony as we wait out the rain delay before today's game in Cleveland. Yeah, in fact, it could not be a prettier Sunday morning here in San Diego. I'm looking out at Murphy Canyon right now in the 15. There is not a cloud in the sky. I said this a little bit earlier. It was one of those mornings during the baseball season, during the summer, where, teams on the road. I'm coming to the studio. It's an East Coast. Well, this isn't East Coast, but Eastern time zone game. So getting ready for an early pregame on a Sunday. And it took everything in my power to get in the car, leave OB. Beautiful weather. I mean, everything in me just wanted to go get a nice iced coffee, walk by Sunset Cliffs, enjoy my Sunday morning. But I had work. I had baseball. Oh, woe is me. I've got to work in baseball, this game that I've loved since I was a kid. Oh, woe is me, right? Anyway, I'm just kidding. Always happy to be here, but it is a beautiful, beautiful day here in San Diego. So hopefully you're enjoying the weather, and we're keeping you company here on the Padres Radio Network as we get ready for first pitch coming your way at some point. Again, no update. Sounds like the rain is really going to start coming down in Cleveland. Look, it sounds like we're going to wait around a while, like we alluded to. Final meeting between these two teams in 2026. Padres obviously don't go back to Cleveland again. We're also already in the second half of the season. Put it this way, the options for makeup dates pretty limited this time of year when you have a situation like this. And, so I would assume we're going to wait around a while for today's game to begin. So as we have an update for you, whatever we hear, Jesse and Tony, I'm sure we'll check in again. We will pass it along. All right. When we come back, we'll get to more of our phone calls, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. Phone number to call. Talk anything you want to talk about Padres related as we keep you company. Again, a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. We're back after this on the Padres Radio Network.
Craving a taste of Baja without leaving town? Stop looking. Dive in.
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. As we continue our rain delay programming, we have inclement weather in the Midwest, in Cleveland, Ohio. So unfortunately, we do have a rain delay before first pitch, a scheduled first pitch time of 10:40 a.m. We're still waiting for more information. Sounds like, in fact, the heavy stuff has not come down at Progressive Field in Cleveland yet. So we may be waiting around a while here, but no worries. We'll keep you company here on the Padres Radio Network as we continue on our rain delay coverage. Phone number to call, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. The phone number to dial if you want to get involved, talk anything Padres related on this Sunday morning. All right, let's go back to the phones here and again, get you involved as we wait for baseball. Rubber game of this 3-game set between the Padres and the Guardians. Let's go to Lugo calling in from San Diego. Hi, Lugo. You're on the Padres Radio Network on this Sunday. Welcome in.
Good morning, Sam. Thanks for taking the call and being part of that platform. You know, I'm calling because I heard you mention something about the T-Mobile ABS system, and I'm thinking, you know, that's so important because it is attached to pitching, which is the reason that I called. Our pitching situation, King's been awesome. Buehler's been doing good, Ray, Mize, Vasquez. But my question is, when the rest of the guys get healthy, how are we going to mix? What are we going to do? You know, who's going to be our 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5? And that is my question this morning to you, Sam.
Yeah, Lugo, it's a good question. And I think when you say guys getting healthy, you're probably referring to Joe and Nick, Musgrove and Pivetta. Look, I think for right now, it's, you know, to be honest with you, fairly simple when Joe comes back. And I think that's an interesting question right now, in the sense of, could he be back this coming homestand? Maybe. 370 pitches in El Paso on Friday. I mean, there's a chance, you know, if he's able to go out there and give you 80-something pitches, and he talked about it, during the past homestand, he talked about he didn't think that the Padres wanted a scenario where he would come back and only be able to give you 3-4 innings. And he was still sort of building up. It sounded like that was not the scenario the Padres wanted. So you sort of knew when he comes back, he is going to be pretty much fully built up. You get to 80-something pitches in that progression, and you're almost all the way there. So, look, I would put it as, a possibility that Joe returns pretty soon here. Could his next outing be in the major leagues? Maybe. I don't know for sure. I think it probably depends on how he's feeling, how he recovers from this outing, how the Padres feel about, do they, need him, the next turn through? Can they manage through another turn without him? Look, there's a lot of, consideration with Joe. Look, it's going to be fascinating to see what he looks like when he comes back. The results have been really, really good in the minor league rehab assignments. The velocity, from what you can tell, has been really encouraging. I don't care about the results in the PCL. The runs he gave up, the hits, that's the PCL. I don't care. I consider it like, spring training essentially for Joe right now. I don't care what the results are, runs and hits. I really care about how he feels and the stuff and the velocity. And those things seem to be trending in the right direction. To answer your question, Lugo, more directly, I think it's pretty simple. I think Joe's going to slot in when he comes back to the Randy Vasquez pitching chaos opener spot, which would be yesterday's spot. Now, what the Padres decide to do from there will be interesting. I think Randy probably just goes to the bullpen, and Joe takes that fifth starter spot, essentially, and it'll be his until further notice. So I would think that is what happens. As far as Pivetta, I think that's a totally different conversation. I mean, Nick is throwing off a mound. Nick is, reportedly throwing bullpens. There is no, scheduled rehab start for him right now. Not only is that kind of an issue that there is no scheduled return to a rehab game for him right now. Could be soon, but there's nothing on the schedule as far as I know right now. The other problem is it's August 16th and he's still, very much in the process of having to build up. I mean, again, unless you're having him go out there in the major leagues and give you 4 innings, I would assume that's not the plan. So he's in a process where it's kind of hard to see him returning. I don't know at this point before September. I mean, again, I'm just sort of off the top of my head, speculating here, but Nick Pivetta is going to need some amount of rehab starts, right? So it's August 16th. You've got 2 weeks left in the month. So look, I think with Joe, it is imminent. I think Joe's return is imminent. I think it could be this coming homestand. It could be as early as then. Would it be outlandish, surprising to see Joe make another rehab start? No, not at all. But he's at 70 pitches already. He's right there. So I think he slots into the Randy spot. Pivetta, I think more the question is right now, if and when Pivetta is going to be back, based on the setbacks he's clearly had. So we'll see. But man, I'll tell you this about Joe and guys coming back, Lugo. I'm incredibly excited to get Joe back. I think it's going to be quite a moment for him. I think it's going to be quite a moment for the organization. I think it's going to be quite a moment for the city. This is a guy who has been a big game pitcher for this organization. And I think it's easy to forget that because he's been out for so long. And, to no fault of his own. I mean, he got injured. He worked really hard to try to come back. Even last year, had a setback in spring training, clearly a serious setback. Had to sit down, had to let things calm down. And it seems like he's feeling really good. And I think Joe is a really big part of this thing. I think it's going to be a big boost for this team in a lot of ways when Joe comes back. I hope we have not forgotten who Joe was before he got injured. This guy was really good, and this guy was a big game dude. And he's meant a lot to this city and this organization. So I think it's going to be really awesome when he takes the mound at Petco Park. I do. And obviously, I think for Joe personally, I mean, this guy's been through a lot trying to get back. So I think it's going to be really cool, and hopefully that return is pretty imminent for Joe Musgrove. All right, let's continue on the phones here, 833-288-0973. Let's go to Eric in Chula Vista calling in. Hi, Eric.
Hey, Sam. Thank you. So on the subject of Padres pitching, there's been times where I've heard during the game where it'll be said something like Mason Miller is unavailable because he threw 30 pitches yesterday, or Mason Miller is unavailable because he threw 32. You know, does Major League Baseball have a pitch rule where a closer is not available, or is that just like preference, I guess, for lack of better words?
Yeah, Eric, fair question. No, there's no rules. I mean, you can have a guy go out there and throw 100 pitches every day and his arm can fall off. You can do whatever you want. If you're a team and a pitcher, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you could have like the bionic arm and go out there and throw 127 pitches a day. No, there's no rule. But, you know, with relievers in particular, and I think especially with the relievers that are as important to this ball club in particular as they are, and a guy like Mason Miller, it's just trying to keep the workload manageable. And you're not trying to do crazy things early in a season, like pitch guys. I don't know if pitching 3 days in a row is crazy, but you try to avoid it if you can, I think, until you really have to later in the season. It's just trying to keep guys healthy and fresh and keep them effective for the long haul. Typically you use guys a lot. As you get towards the later part of the season, those guys tend to wear down. Not always. Padres, their guys, clearly not. And Miller and Morahone, these guys have pitched a ton. But no, there's no rule. But you're trying to do your best to keep your guys as effective as possible for as long as possible. And the other part of it, Eric, is this. It's a different day and age than it was even 10, 15 years ago. And certainly before that, you've got a guy in Mason Miller pumping in 103, 104. The human body is only the human body. So you're trying to keep these guys fresh. And look, we saw, I thought, a really savvy, good example of it. By the way, I see somebody in the YouTube chat. I said Lugo, just so you know, I wasn't talking about Seth Lugo. The caller's name was Lugo, just so you know. I'm just addressing a little chat comment there. So no, I don't need more coffee. The caller's name was Lugo, not all of a sudden imagining Seth Lugo on the Padres. Back to Friday. It was a really savvy example of it with what the Padres were able to do on Friday. They went into the game even after an off day saying to themselves, you know what? We'd really like to give Morahone and Miller a breather. They've pitched a lot. They both threw a lot of pitches on Wednesday. Morahone in particular was above 30 pitches. We'd really like to give them 2 full days off here. And you know what? They did it successfully in a close game. And I said this a little bit earlier. It's a credit to the top to bottom nature of the Padre bullpen that they were able to do that. And believe it or not, getting those guys just a little bit more rest throughout the rest of the regular season. And you got to get through the regular season. You got to get into the postseason to even worry about that. I understand. But let's take a positive viewpoint here that the Padres are in the postseason. Getting them a little bit of extra rest, it could pay dividends for you. When you talk about late in the year, when you talk about October, having guys be a little bit fresher, have a little bit less wear and tear on the arm could really pay dividends for you. And I do think for as important as Miller and Morahone, and you know what? Hey, Bradley Rodriguez has been pushed to a place already he has never been in his career. He is already at, by far and away, I take that back. He threw 61 innings in the minor leagues in 2024. But, folks, he's already at 56 this season. He's going to blow right past that innings high. And you might, hopefully you need him for the postseason as well. These guys are going to get pushed. So you need them to be fresh. And I think any time you can save an appearance for these guys, I do think there are compounding effects on that. And, by the way, that's not just on the manager. The other way you can make sure that you don't overuse Miller and Morahone and Estrada and Rodriguez, your high leverage group, you go score runs. You make it so you're not in close games all the time. I mean, a little bit of that falls on the offense as well. So anytime you can steal a day here, steal a day there from having to use those big guys, I think there are kind of, compounding benefits to all that. All right, let's continue on the phones here. 833-288-0973. No shortage of phone calls here. Everybody wanted to talk Padres on a Sunday morning. Should have baseball right now, but hey, that's the Midwest. There's rain. We're in a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. Let's go to Blake calling in from San Diego. Hi, Blake. Welcome in. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, Sam? Me and my dad are on a road trip from Pacific Beach to Colorado right now, and we were listening to the fan, and we had a question.
Yeah.
We were wondering, who would win in a fight? Prime Manny Machado on the Orioles or Nick Castellanos after he got DFA'd?
What? So this is what goes on a road trip to Colorado. I don't know. Both guys. Yeah, I mean, both guys, I think Manny was definitely, I think, a little bit more fiery in that sense when he was on the Orioles. I did not get a chance to talk to Nick Castellanos after he got DFA'd by the Padres. I'm going to take a no comment, but on your trip to Colorado, feel free to debate throughout the duration of the car ride. I appreciate the question. I have no comment, nor do I know the answer, but appreciate your creativity, Blake. Let's go to Jose calling in from San Diego. Hi, Jose. Welcome in a rain delay programming on this Sunday morning. What you got?
Hi, good morning. I have two questions. First is, I know that they're voting to approve the new ownership on Monday, but I'm wondering, has there been an indication of what Quanza Jones and Feliciano are trying to figure out what they're going to do in terms of finances? Are they going to go over the salary cap, or have they made any comments on that? And then just try to spend more like the Dodgers, or have you heard of anything of them saying anything about that? And then my second question is, could you explain a little bit more about, I know that when teams are not doing that good during the trade deadline, they tend to sell players, and when they're doing really good, they tend to buy players. Can you explain more of that reasoning for that? Why wouldn't they just keep their good players, even though they might not be performing as well during that season?
Yeah, it's a good question, Jose. I'm happy to explain it. Let me circle back to your first question there. Yeah, look, reportedly, the owners are set to vote on the Padres ownership change, their sale. Tomorrow. That's been reported in the press. So look, that's a great thing, and I think it's going to be really, really awesome and cool to have Jose E. Feliciano and Quanza Jones take over officially, and hopefully that all goes smoothly, and I expect it will tomorrow. As far as the finances, look, I don't know. We haven't, aside from a statement, heard from them publicly, and that makes sense because, the sale hasn't officially happened. They haven't officially taken control of the team. I'm sure that we'll hear more in, the days and weeks to come after that all becomes official. Look, I'm really excited for this, new era of ownership. Everything they've said so far has been, I think, great. I think every indication has been really, really good. I'm excited to meet them and hopefully get to know them. And look, as far as the finances of what the team will spend and what it means in comparison to the Dodgers, I think there are so many different aspects to that, and to be honest with you, one of those being the fact that you've got a major CBA negotiation going on this winter, and everybody seems to think a looming lockout, hopefully no missed games, but at least from what you sense, a looming lockout this winter. I think that the point is, who knows what the new system will be. Could be very similar to what we have now, with no salary cap and luxury taxes, and really, even though you have a luxury tax system, no cap or floor as to what you can spend or need to spend. I think the reality is that there's a chance that at the start of next season, you could have a radically different salary system. financial system to our game, one that we have never seen before. There's a chance of that. That is sort of, the big issue between the union and the league right now is what that system's going to look like. So I think it's hard to say. But look, I think it's going to be a really exciting time as, the new owners take over and they'll get approved and we'll hear from them, I'm sure. And I think it's going to be really exciting. I think it's going to be a really good thing for the Padres and the city. And these seem like, based on everything we've heard and what they've said, these seem like people that, are really invested in the community, want to win, and are going to do everything possible to make that happen and bring a World Series title to San Diego. So I think it's going to be great. And, I'm excited to, usher in the new era, when they get approved and whenever officially the sale happens and they take over. And I'm sure, in the days and weeks to come, after it all officially goes down, I'm sure we'll hear more. But I think it's going to be great. I think it's going to be a pretty exciting, great new era of Padres baseball. Really do. Let's squeeze in one more phone call here. Then we may take a break and give ourselves a little breather here during our rain delay programming. Let's go to... who do we want to call in here? Let's go to Rod. How about our guy, Rod? I know Rod, calling in from San Diego. Rod, what you got, man?
Yo. Good morning, Sam, Levitt. Thank you to EcoWater SoCal for sponsoring this segment. Just want to give you props to you, Sam.
All right, Rod. Yeah. Shout out the sponsor. Good job. We got to get you on the payroll.
We have to, Sam, because this is overtime for you. Extra time.
Oh, it is? You got to tell Adam Klug.
I'm definitely going to let him know after we're done
please.
chatting.
Yeah, please.
Shout out to the chat fam here, to all the levitators listening as well. But I'm looking ahead, Sam. I know it's one game at a time, but I'm already looking ahead at the Met series. I'm looking forward to Buehler pitching like Maddox. That's kind of like the tempo and the vibe that he's been giving to me and my fellow Padre fans. But he's throwing a lot of cool junk. I love to see Buehler on the mound. But looking forward, like I said, Mets and then Minnesota after that. I'm feeling very, very optimistic about this series, and hopefully we take the one today, and then we move on to take the next two series. But let's go, Sam. Let's beat Frank's Mets. Let's go.
All right, Rod. Appreciate the phone call. Good stuff from Rod. See, that's why I like Rod. He gets on. He starts shouting out sponsors. I mean, get Rod on the air here. Knows what it's about, right? I mean, we've talked about Brewster's, our new scoop of the game sponsor. Oh, that's right. Kyle had the ice cream yesterday. Kyle, you have that cookies and cream ice cream yesterday? It was good. Thumbs up. All right. Shout out to Brewster's, one of our new sponsors here on the Padres Radio Network, our scoop of the game. We'll have that scoop of the game for you at some point when they play this ball game in Cleveland today. I don't know. I might have that scoop of the game for you at like 11 p.m. tonight based on the way it's going right now. But looking forward to our scoop of the game later on. Let's step aside. When we come back, let's talk a little bit about the Mets series coming up. We'll preview that series, even though we still have a game to worry about today. We will take more of your phone calls, 833-288-0973. Phone number to call, 833-288-0973. The phone number to dial. We'll continue to take your Padres phone calls on this Sunday morning. We'll take a full look at the out-of-town scoreboard, sort of reset the scoreboard for today, and we continue to keep you company. Our rain delay programming here on the Padres Radio Network. Again, we are in a weather delay, rain delay, whatever you want to call it, inclement weather in Cleveland, Ohio, before this series finale between the Padres and the Guardians. We continue after this on the Padres Radio Network.
The heat is coming, San Diego. Get your AC ready for some.
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network, an extended edition of our pregame coverage today because we have a rain delay in Cleveland before first pitch in this series finale between the Guardians and the Padres. No update right now on the weather situation. What we can tell you, A, it's raining. B, the tarp is on the field, and that's what we got for you. Look, we're not meteorologists here on the Padres Radio Network. We can tell you what we know. There's rain and there's a tarp. That's it. That's all I got for you. We'll continue to keep you updated on the weather situation in Cleveland. Our rain delay, I think officially right now at 52 minutes. A little behind the scenes here. You know, when we enter a rain delay on the Padres Radio Network, and I would say especially now, as you know, we basically never have a rain delay at home, so I actually never have to deal with it at home. That's the benefit of being in San Diego, of working in San Diego baseball. So the great majority of my rain delays, they happen on the road, and you know, I'm in the studio for a lot of these road games. It's like a game. It's like how long can I go without throwing to something pre-recorded? And if you've noticed, if you've been listening here the last 50 minutes, we've been live. How long can I go? I'm at 52 minutes. If you've been listening the last handful of years, you know, I'll give you a solid 2.5, 3 hours. I mean, we've had like rush hour rain delays where we ain't going to pre-recorded stuff. We're going to rip phone calls. We're going to do whatever. I don't know. I'll start singing songs on here. Now, I can't guarantee on a Sunday morning, as we get into Sunday afternoon here shortly, I can't guarantee that we will not have any pre-recorded programming for you. We may throw it to an interview here in a little bit. We may actually play a little bit of our Padre Roundtable from Thursday. But for now, we are live on our rain delay programming. So that's kind of the game. Like, how long can I keep it live before we give ourselves a little breather here on the radio side of things? And look, this is radio. This isn't TV where we can just like throw on Padre Classic and, replay a game, or throw on, I don't know, whatever. This is radio. We gotta make it happen. We gotta stay live here. So again, can't promise you it's going to last for that much longer, but we will keep you company here one way or another before today's game begins in Cleveland. But we are now going on about an hour rain delay before first pitch with, quite frankly, at this moment, no end really in sight. So we will hang with you until we get more updates on today's weather situation in Cleveland. Let's take a full look at the out-of-town scoreboard here, tell you what's going on around the major leagues on this Sunday. We have 8 games in progress right now. We have 7 games yet to begin. Orioles leading the Rays 10-2 in the 7th inning in Baltimore. Colton Cowser, home run for the Orioles in that one. The Orioles scoring 3 runs in the 5th inning, 7 runs in the 6th inning as they lead the Rays 10-2 in Tampa Bay. Pirates lead the Red Sox 4-0 in Pittsburgh. The D-backs and the Braves are tied at 1. In Atlanta in the 4th inning, Gabriel Moreno, a home run in that game, is 9th of the year for Arizona. Yankees beating the Blue Jays 1-0 in Toronto in the 4th inning. Luis Garcia Jr., who the Yanks traded for at the deadline from Washington, he hit a go-ahead sacrifice fly in the 3rd. Nationals ahead of the Mets 2-0 in New York in the 4th inning. The Tigers lead the White Sox 4-1 in Detroit. In the 4th inning, Colt Keith, his 9th home run of the year in that one. Marlins and the Reds are scoreless in the 3rd. The Twins lead the Phillies 4-0. A little bit of good news there from a Padres standpoint. 4-0 in the 1st inning. Brooks Lee, a go-ahead grand slam in the 1st inning in that game in Minnesota. Games yet to begin, aside from this one in Cleveland. Cardinals and the Cubs in Chicago at 12:15. Rockies and the Giants at 1:05 in San Francisco. Rangers and the A's at 1:05 in Sacramento. Royals and the Angels at 1:07 in Anaheim. Brewers and the Dodgers in LA at 1:10. Mariners and the Astros at 4:20 in Houston. All right, let's go back to the phones here for a moment. 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973, the phone number to dial. Let's go up to Oceanside. It's Jimmy calling in. Hi, Jimmy. You're on the Padres radio network on this Sunday as we wait out the rain in Cleveland. Welcome in.
Thank you, Sam, for your kindness and help, first of all. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a specific question. Is that yesterday they trotted out, instead of trotting out Vasquez to start the game, and trotted out some relievers.
Mm-hmm.
And I just felt that the players, they want their best guy going out to start the game. Okay? And I just feel that might have affected them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And second, so I just wonder, what their thought process is on that.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is, I want to shout out to my son, Willie, who's in Colorado, getting ready to join the Air Force.
All right. Shout out to him, Jimmy. Thank you. And appreciate his service. Thank you for his service. Certainly. Shout out to him. Nice job there, Jimmy. Good question on what the Padres did yesterday. It was interesting. Now, the thinking was this. The thinking was you had lefties at the top of the lineup for the Guardians, followed by the switch hitter Ramirez. You had Kwan, DeLauder, and Ramirez. So 2 lefties and the switch hitter and Ramirez. So what the Padres were trying to do, they were trying to have a lefty face those guys to start the game. Now, look, we've seen many times this season, especially before the trade deadline, the Padres, which with their pitching chaos strategy, which, by the way, has worked really, really well, for the most part. Now they're not doing it nearly as much because of the trades for Mize and Ray. But they were trying to get lefty matchups. And, look, their strategy has worked really well for the most part this season. I don't know that it worked great yesterday because Wandy gave up a run. Then they went to Kyle Hart in the second. And the reason they went to Hart, I think, was you had a lefty Bazana in the second, you had a switch hitter Bailey, so you were able to turn him around to the right side. But, Bailey got him for an RBI double that ultimately gave the Guardians a 2-1 lead. They never looked back in that game. So, Jimmy, to your point yesterday, didn't work out great because you had Peralta and Hart give up a run. And by the time Randy came in the game and he ends up going 5 innings in the bulk roll, you were already down 2-1 by the time he entered the game. And Randy was okay. Look, honestly, Jimmy, yesterday in particular was not about the pitching. I mean, the pitching could have been stellar. The Padres had 1 hit yesterday. That was the issue from yesterday's game. Look, there's a few different ways you can look at it. I understand what they were trying to do with the lefty-on-lefty matchups in the first inning. There would be an argument, Jimmy, to be honest with you, and I kind of wondered it as well before the game and as it was playing out in real time during the game. You do have Randy Vasquez, who has, in his last couple of starts, you've given him the opportunity to start games, and he's been really solid. He gave you 5 innings, 2 runs against the Astros. He gave you 6 scoreless innings in a start against the Diamondbacks before that, and those were games where he just started. There was no opener, no tricky stuff at the beginning, just started the game, and he was really good. So, I'm right there with you in the sense of when they announced Wandy was starting yesterday's game, I did say to myself, I get it, but Randy's been fine. He's been fine as a starter. And, I kind of asked myself the question, has Randy earned just kind of the right to start here moving forward? And you'll see what happens with his spot when Musgrove comes back and how they treat it. There's an argument for that. There is. They tried yesterday to set up the lefties at the top of the lineup, and it didn't work out great because Peralta gave up a run, and then you had to go to Hart. He gave up a run, and by the time Randy came in, you were trailing. Now, again, yesterday's issue was the offense, but there would have been an argument, Jimmy, to start Randy yesterday. And maybe in hindsight, they think that. Maybe in hindsight, they said to themselves, you know what? Randy had been really good lately, and we had just been starting him and not having him come out of the bullpen. Maybe we would have been better off just starting him. Maybe we get that game off to a better start from a pitching standpoint. Again, would it have mattered yesterday if the offense has the same exact game? Probably not, but there would have been an argument to it. So, Jimmy, it's a fair question, fair point. I think in hindsight, personally, I think I would have loved to see Randy start that game, but didn't, wasn't what they decided to do. And ultimately, the Padres lost yesterday's game by a final score of 6-1. All right, keep the phone calls coming, 833-288-0973. Let's step aside. When we come back, we are going to dip into a little bit of pre-recorded programming. We're not going to go too far back just yet. We will revisit the conversation on Friday right here on 97.3 The Fan with Gwynn and Chris and Luis Rengifo, who was a guest on 97.3 The Fan on Gwynn and Chris on Friday. So we'll revisit that. We will keep putting your calls on hold in the meantime at 833-288-0973. Again, if you're just joining us, we are in a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. We are now more than an hour into a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. We will continue to keep you posted on the weather updates from the Midwest, but right now we are keeping you company on the Padres Radio Network. We'll be back in a moment right here from San Diego on 97.3 The Fan and the Padres Radio Network.
Craving a taste of Baja without leaving town? Stop looking. Dive headfirst into the flavors of the Baja Coast right here in the Gaslamp Quarter at Rockin' Baja Lobster.
We continue on our rain delay programming, our extended edition of our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show here on the Padres Radio Network. Again, we are in the midst of a weather delay before first pitch in Cleveland. And when we get started, it'll be the rubber match of this 3-game series between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians. Again, if you want to get a phone call in, 833-288-0973. Phone number to dial, 833-288-0973. The phone number to call if you want to get involved. We've already had a number of nice calls so far on our rain delay programming, so would be happy to talk more Padres baseball with you on this Sunday morning as, we're now more than an hour into our rain delay from what I've gathered in Cleveland right now. And again, we're sitting here in San Diego in the studio today. The tarp's still on the field and it's raining. And that's what we got for you. I will tell you, we will send things back to Jesse and Tony for an update in about 15 minutes. So hang with us until then. And then Jesse and Tony can, live from Progressive Field in Cleveland, give you the latest on the weather situation in Cleveland as the Padres go for a series win. Before we get to Friday's interview with Luis Rengifo here on 97.3 The Fan, we'll replay that for you, a little pre-recorded programming for you just to mix things up here a little bit on the rain delay programming. I do have a question here, and my fault. I did not answer a question from one of our callers before the break, and it was kind of like just a basic baseball question, but I'm happy to answer it. The question was, and somebody brought it up here on the YouTube chat, Did Sam answer the question about why some teams sell their players during trade deadlines and why teams with playoff opportunity buy players? It's a good kind of simple question with, I think, a fairly simple answer. Why do teams buy and sell at the trade deadline? Well, let's start with the buying part of it. The buying part of it's pretty simple. If you're a team that's in contention, a la the Padres at this deadline, right? You've played really well for, a bit, and you're right in the mix of the playoff race. Well, you want to add to your team. You look at what you need and you address it in the best way you can. And the Padres were a really good example of it at this deadline. They had a very clear need for starting pitching. And what did they do? They went out and they acquired 2 professional, reliable, good starting pitchers in Casey Mize, who will start today in whenever this game gets going, and in Robbie Ray, the left-hander from San Francisco. So that's pretty self-explanatory. You think you got a chance to contend. You think you got a good team. You see what you need, and you say, you know what, I'm going to go make my team better. That's what a buyer is. A seller, on the other hand, is when you look at your team and you may say, you know what, we're not a very good team. And we don't really have a chance to make the playoffs, and the math might bear that out. Now, look, it's always not that simple, especially with the expanded playoff format we have now with the 3 wildcard teams. Hey, the American League is a wonderful example of it right now. You have, again, just to give you an idea, and we'll get back to the seller conversation in a second here, but just to give you an idea, the Guardians, who the Padres will play today, they enter today's game 60-64. Even though they're 60-64, they're 4 games below 500. It's mid-August. They're 1 game out of a wild card spot in the AL. And there are 6 teams entering today within 1 game of one another for the final wild card spot in the AL. You have teams that are well under 500 that still can make the playoffs. Again, 6 teams within a game of one another for that final wild card spot in the American League, including the Guardians, who the Padres will play today. So, look, to me, it's become much murkier this time of year. Well, not this time of year, but when we talk trade deadline, which was a couple of weeks ago at this point, as far as who's a buyer, who's a seller, used to be clearer. Used to be you were kind of more in or out of the race. Now it's a little bit murkier because you have this extra playoff spot and you have situations, not that you haven't had teams with, 82, 83 wins get into the playoffs before you did, but it's even, more so now because of the extra playoff spot in each league. The point being is, let's go back to the seller thing. You look at your team and you say, you know what? We don't really got a shot here. We're going to take some pieces and we're going to build for the future. We're going to utilize some of the assets we have, and it would be more beneficial for our club to move on from some players that other teams would really value that are in contention. And then we get some stuff back. We get value back for them that can help us in the future, because we would rather get stuff that would help us in the future when we may be good, rather than hold on to a player that, is going to be good for us, but in the big picture of our season and our team is not going to help us do much this year in the way of winning and losing and anything significant as far as winning. So that's how you get to be a seller. You say, you know what, let's see what other teams want for our players, and you build towards the future, and you get prospects and you build towards the future. You basically, for lack of a better way to put it, you're kind of punting on your season or the rest of your season, or at least on the value that that player can give you in order to build for the future. So hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I explained what I think is a pretty basic concept well enough. I probably made it more convoluted than it has to be, but hopefully that makes sense to you for any of you listening out there. Hey, it's a rain delay. We're an hour and 10 minutes in. We're just talking here. Okay, we're talking buyers and sellers. Is what it is. All right, we will continue to take your phone calls at 833-288-0973. Phone number to call, 833-288-0973, the phone number to call. But right now, let's revisit the conversation that was had here on 97.3 The Fan on Friday afternoon. Luis Rengifo joined the Gwynn and Chris program. Rengifo, of course, You want to talk about good stories on this Padres 2026 ball club? Rengifo right up there with the best of them. Signed to a minor league deal. Gets his opportunity with the Padres. That's after he gets DFA'd by the Brewers earlier this season, and he had a big moment of revenge against the Brewers with a grand slam against them earlier this week. And Rengifo has made every bit of the opportunity count, hitting .315, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs. He's OPSing .846, 26 games. He's done a great job. He's had a total 180 in a season from what he did with the Brewers. The Padres signed him. They gave him the opportunity. And certainly Luis Rengifo, veteran player, spent a number of years with the Angels. He has certainly made the most of that opportunity here in 2026. So let's hear what Luis Rengifo had to say. Again, the interview from Gwynn and Chris on Friday right here on 97.3 The Fan.
Welcome in on this edition of Friar Friday. Tony Gwynn Jr. with our next guest, and Luis Rengifo, Padres infielder / outfielder, joins us. Luis, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
We are well. You guys finally get an off day after a long run. I think 26 out of 27 days there. And I mean, was the off day needed? Did the body get a chance to kind of rejuvenate a little bit?
Yes, that's the mind. Calm down and get ready for next day.
So you guys get the day off. You guys are playing some good baseball. I mean, you've kind of just stepped right in into a role in which I don't know that you were expecting to step into, but you've been a key element in the Padres playing some good ball here. Well, I mean, what have you seen this team, or how have you seen this team evolve since you gotten here and been able to contribute?
So they tell me, like, first time when they come to the ballpark, they're ready to play and say, I'm ready to play whatever you need me, and I'm be able to be productive for the team and help to win games.
Luis, you haven't played a ton of outfield, but you have played outfield here since joining the Padres. How has that adjustment been for you playing left field, especially at Petco Park?
So you prepare all the time. I come early, I go out, I see the fly. So I take fly balls, grounders, and talk with the coaches about like how the wind's going here, how you see the ball and the Petco Park, and just get adjustment and be prepared.
Now,
and be ready
Luis,
every time.
Luis Rengifo joins us here on Friar Friday, and Luis, you guys have found yourself back in this wild card race. Obviously, there are so many ball games left to go, but is this the time of season when it turns into the sprint? I know oftentimes it's considered a marathon, but is this about the time you put your sprint shoes on?
Yeah, because that's the time, like as a team, you want to go to the playoffs. You wanna fight every single day, and so we got really good right now, really good streak, and we have to continue to do that and just play some games.
Now, Luis, you've been able to accomplish a first here. You hadn't hit a grand slam at this point. You hit a big one for the Padres. Take us through that moment coming up in that spot and coming up in such a big way. So
it feels amazing when I hit that ball. It just feels incredible because I never hit a grand slam. But for me, it's just go there, know what situation you have, and be productive for the team.
Well, Luis, we appreciate you coming on and spending some time with us here today. And good luck the rest of the way. You got a lot of folks in the city pulling for you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
That was Luis Rengifo here on 97.3 The Fan on the Gwynn and Chris program earlier this week. That was on Friday. As always, a nice job there by Tony, talking to Luis Rengifo, who is in the lineup today for the Padres whenever this game gets underway. And again, that lineup for the Padres today: Fernando Tatis Jr. in right field leading off, Jake Cronenworth at second base batting second, Manny Machado DHing today batting third, Ty France at first base batting cleanup, Jackson Merrill in center field batting fifth, Luis Rengifo at third base batting sixth, Gavin Sheets in left field batting seventh, Sander Bogarts at shortstop batting eighth, and Freddie Fermin doing the catching today and batting ninth. Then again, aside from the inconvenience of having to wait around for Padres baseball today, and look, it is inconvenient. You want to get this game going. We're now nearly an hour and 20 minutes into the rain delay without really any good update on the weather situation in Cleveland, and we will hear from Jesse and Tony here in just a few minutes, so we'll send it back to Cleveland. Stay tuned for that. The bottom line is this: it's just inconvenient. The good news is they did make the right call here in not starting today's game, and then you've got Bybee and Mize, your two starting pitchers, and look, you got to look at it from both sides. You warm up these guys, they start pitching, and you have a rain delay of this length or however long this is going to be, you're going to end up wasting these guys. So, right call on the part of the decision makers in Cleveland to not start this game and to hopefully let this pass, and we'll get underway and then have a relatively normal game when we do get this game underway. And then you have also just a relatively normal starting pitching situation for both teams. But aside from that, just inconvenient. But hey, we're hanging with you here on the Padres Radio Network as we get ready for this series finale in Cleveland. All right, let's step aside. When we come back, we'll send things to the booth once again, get the latest from Jesse and Tony. That comes your way after this on the Padres Radio Network.
The heat is coming, San Diego. Get your AC ready for summer with
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Extended edition of our pregame coverage on this Sunday morning, about to turn into early afternoon. We have a rain delay in Cleveland before first pitch, the series finale rubber match of this three-game set between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians. And unfortunately, inclement weather in Cleveland. Our starting pitching matchup when we get underway today, Casey Mize against Tanner Bybee, the pitching matchup. Let's quickly pause for station identification on the Padres Radio Network.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Hi, this is Xander Bogarts from the San Diego Padres. You're listening to Padres Baseball on the Padres Radio Network.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
Sam Levitt with you here in our San Diego studios as we wait out the rain in Cleveland. Again, the phone number to call if you want to get a phone call in. We've had a number of good callers already to Keep us company as we keep you company during this rain delay. Phone number is always 833-288-0973. Again, 833-288-0973, the phone number to dial. Well, let's check in with Jesse and Tony at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. And guys, Dave Marcus keeps the microphones up for us. So during the commercial break, it certainly sounded like it was raining very hard in Cleveland. What does it look like in the Midwest right now?
Yeah, still very rainy, although actually, as soon as I say that, it looks like maybe clearing a little bit. There are some low-level clouds passing right overhead right now. Very dramatic, something out of Batman or Superman maybe. But it is starting to lessen up, but it's been pouring the last maybe half hour or so. And if I might dust off the AccuJesse 5000 for the first time in 2026, I will make a prediction that the rain will be mostly done in the next 30 to 40 minutes, and then we should be probably good for baseball at some point thereafter. Of course, the big variable there will be the field conditions, and Tony is always very close to watch out for those outfielders. And right now, what would you say about 6 feet of water on the warning track?
I would say first that no one cares about the outfielders. That's why there's so much water. And by the way, the water that is on the tarp now will also then go to the outfield. So we'll see how they're able to hopefully clear this warning track up, which is under quite a bit of water right now. But at least as we speak now, as Jesse said, it does look like it's starting to lighten up. And although we could be dealing with this throughout the course of the day, certainly things are looking better than they were 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, for sure. And, just to put on the weather guy hat here, the systems we know about are clearing through. It's the pop-up ones that could cause some trouble later on. If there is trouble, this part of the country this time of year with the amount of humidity, they call them pop-up storms for a reason. They pop up out of nowhere. So, that's one of the things that could come up later. But I think the storms that they were aware of probably done for several hours beginning in the next half hour or so. And I'm sure that's what they're looking at in terms of when they might try and start this game.
Yeah, these pop-ups are Midwest specials this time of year. And I think this grounds crew at least was ready for it. And that's where you try to find that sweet spot, is being ready for it. That means you're going to miss sometimes. They didn't miss today. I think as we go on today, you will probably see grounds crew guys kind of coming out every inning, looking at their phone, showing it to the crew chief here. But I would expect that's how it's going to go for most of the day tonight.
Yeah, here and probably some other places around this part of the country as well. But as you said, I think judging by how it has gone, they made the right choice not starting this game at 1:40 local time today. So hats off to the Guardians and MLB for getting this thing taken care of the right way and making sure we didn't have a start and stop, which we very much would have. And that obviously puts both teams' pitching staffs in a tough spot. The Guards do have a day off tomorrow. The Padres do not. Got to go to New York and play a 3-game series against the Mets beginning tomorrow night. So really not a lot of room for error. And as you mentioned about an hour ago when we had this conversation, you're not really in a position right now to, have to go to a bullpen game or something like that. Yesterday kind of did, the piece it together thing with Wandy and Kyle Hart and Randy Vasquez. You want to be able to use your quote unquote normal starters on the 4 days in which you're able.
Yeah, this is not something that I think certainly the Padres are prepared for in terms of having to have another bullpen day right behind the one they ended up having in last night's game. And so, however they can get this game to Casey Mize can get out there and give you his 6, 5, 6, 7 innings of work, that is the best case scenario for the Padres. Remember, Padres are smack dab in the middle of a wild card race. Conceding a game because of weather would not be ideal.
No, not at all. So that's the update from Cleveland. Again, weather is looking up. Skies are maybe starting to clear just a little bit. It is certainly not as dark as it was a few minutes ago, not raining as hard as it was a few minutes ago. And it does appear that most of the heavy stuff will be gone in the next 30 to 40 minutes or so, at which point it becomes about trying to get this field good enough for baseball. And hopefully we have some news to pass along in terms of a start time sooner rather than later. That's what we're hoping for, Sammy. And obviously we'll keep you posted.
All right, Jesse, thank you. Appreciate the update. Pretty good update there, I would say, as far as maybe the weather clearing up a little bit. However, I will tell you this. We're still a ways away from baseball because by the time the weather actually clears up, they get the tarp off the field like Jesse and Tony we're alluding to. Then you have the matter of getting the field playable. That could take you some time when you've had this much precipitation. And you heard Jesse and Tony talking about 6 feet of water on the warning track. It's not, I'm sure it's not 6 feet of water, but a lot of water on the playing surface. So I would say, in my non-expert opinion, but at least my somewhat expert opinion as somebody who's seen a rain delay or two, I would say we're still a bit of a ways away from baseball getting underway. But look, it's one of those days, I would say, where we said this, right? We said it at 10:30 this morning. This felt like a situation where we were going to wait around because you have two teams that don't meet again. It's mid-August. Padres aren't going back to Cleveland. There are not many off days left in the schedule. Kind of is what it is. You were going to have to wait around. Hopefully it cleared up and get the game underway whenever it gets underway. But again, does sound like we will play baseball today. Just will be quite a bit later than initially intended. Let's step aside. When we come back, we will get some of your phone calls here again. 833-288-0973. 833-288-0973. Talk anything you want to talk about Padre related. Again, we're in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland as we get ready for this series finale between the Padres and the Guardians. Our rain delay programming continues after these words.
Craving a taste of Baja without leaving town? Stop looking. Dive headfirst.
Along on this Sunday afternoon. We got on the air at 9:40 a.m. this morning. I'm talking Padres and pancakes. I'm getting ready for a little morning baseball, and what do you know it is now just about 12:10 p.m., and we are still waiting for today's game to begin between the Padres and the Guardians. We have a rain delay in Cleveland before first pitch. Our rain delay programming, extended edition of our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continuing here on the Padres radio network. Again, phone number to call, 833-288-0973, 833-288-0973. The phone number. Hope you're having a great Sunday. It is beautiful weather here in San Diego. So, hey, gives you, a few more hours to enjoy the weather. And then hopefully here sooner rather than later, we'll settle in for Padres baseball as they go for a series win in Cleveland in the rubber game of this series coming up. Well, whenever it comes up, whenever we start today's game, we do not have a first pitch time yet. Like Jesse and Tony alluded to, sounds like the weather is improving. However, they got to get the field ready, and they've still not removed the tarp at Progressive Field. So I would say we're still a bit of a ways away from first pitch. When we get more information on the weather situation, we will continue to pass it along. All right, let's get to a couple of phone calls here as we continue our rain delay coverage. Let's go to, we're going all the way to Virginia. It's John tuned in, calling in. Hi, John. What's up?
Hey, Sam, how are you?
Doing well.
Good. Hey, so a few points. I've generally always considered myself a baseball traditionalist, but I agree with you that the rule changes MLB has made in the last several years, I believe they've all improved the game, for one. Second, now I've been a Padres fan since 1994 when I moved to San Diego and I lived in Point Loma. We lived out there about 12 years, and I saw the Padres in the '98 World Series. My wife and I sat front row right above the visitors' dugout. It was great, but I will say, I'm going to have to say, my recollection, I blame the loss in that Game 3, most of it at least, to Randy Myers. But anyway, what I wanted to ask you about is it seems to me, comparing the teams from, say, '98 and today, back then I think the debate could be made that they were somewhat overachieving. They were always exciting, they were somewhat overachieving, but, they were a good bunch of guys, and they were a great team. Today's team, I think, I've kept the faith for a long time, and I'm still keeping the faith, and I think they're in a good spot right now. But I think when the Padres go through these rushes like they have each of the past several seasons for an extended period of time, it seems to me that, when you look at the roster on paper and then the performance on the field, only at times, it's just a little extra frustrating because it seems that they're kind of regularly underperforming. And I think that adds to the frustration. What do you think?
John, I appreciate the phone call. You kind of went in a bunch of different directions there. I don't know. Look, when you talk about overperforming, underperforming, look, I think the totality of their seasons the last couple of years, I think they've, been on par with where they should be based on a star power and payroll standpoint, in the sense of, look, you look at last year, okay? Got off to a so-so start. They end up making the postseason, right? Get knocked out early, but a postseason team. 2024, we're 50-50 at one point. They end up having an electric second half, red hot. They make the postseason. It's an incredibly disappointing finish to the year with the way it ended against the Dodgers in the NLDS. So I would say this. The last couple of years, it's been up and down. They've certainly had better second halves than they had first halves. But in the totality, look, I think they've been a postseason team. They've been right in the mix. I think they've had a competitive roster from the standpoint of, do I think their roster in 2024 was plenty good enough to go win a World Series? I do. I think that team in particular had everything. I think it had everything. And I think it was playing the way you had to play in order to go win a World Series. The problem in 24 was that it was all going great until it suddenly wasn't. And you had, the scoreless inning streak and your season ended. So, look, I'd say, John, from an expectation standpoint, I think it's hard to expect winning World Series. Winning a World Series is really hard. And I think you need a lot of things to go right. I think based on their payroll and their star power, they've been a postseason team 2 straight years. They've been a postseason team in 2022, in 2020, which was a shortened year. So however many years out of years that is, my brain's going to break if I try to do it while talking here on the air. I know it's not that complicated, but it's hard when you're on the air. Look, I think they have pretty much been where they should be. Do we all want them to have more postseason success? Yeah. Do you want them to go further than the wild card round, which they went last year? Yeah, you do. But I think this team, from an overachieving, underachieving standpoint, the last couple of years has been at the end of the year right where they should be, which is one way or another in the postseason. Now, look, last year in particular, I will tell you, I thought that team had a real chance to go win that division in 2025. They did. If you go back and you really look at it, okay, if you remember how that year ended, had the Padres played better down the stretch, they could have won the division last year, and they could have avoided having to go on the road to Chicago to play that wild card series. Okay, there are aspects of each season that could have been better. Okay, whether you want to talk about regular season or postseason. In my time here since 22, the only year I would say, John, where they clearly underperformed was 23. I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, that year was inexplicable with the amount of talent on the team, the fact that that team could not make the postseason, the fact that that team could only win a little bit more than 80 games. Okay, that was inexplicable. That team clearly, without hesitation of a doubt, underperformed. But aside from that year, John, and look, 21 was incredibly disappointing with the way it ended. I'll say this, they have been a seesaw team in the regular season in a lot of ways. 21, they were so good until it totally went off the rails. 22, they were really good to start. They kind of were a 500 team for a while. They got into the playoffs. 24, they were a 500 team until they took off in the second half. 25, kind of similar to 2024 in that they were kind of hovering around 500 until they started playing better in the second half. This year, it's been sort of a similar story to what we saw the last 2 years. To their credit, they have been sort of a second half team the last few years. And look, at the end of the day, they've been a postseason team with, I think, a roster good enough to go on a postseason run. They haven't been able to really do that the last couple of years as far as going on a deep postseason run. But I think they're kind of where they should be, in that this team with this roster and this payroll should be a playoff team, right? They should be in the playoffs. I think what happens from there in baseball these days, hard to predict, but and they're right there again right now. We're going to see if they can ultimately make the postseason. Let's go to Rich in San Diego calling in. Hi, Rich. Welcome in.
Hey, Sam. You're doing a great job, man.
Thanks.
Shout out to you. Yes, indeed. A couple points. One, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think is a successful season for Musgrove? What does that look like for you?
Yeah,
Rich.
Rich.
Because I'm saying, like, if we can get 4 starts out of him and get a 4.5 ERA, but he's ready for the playoffs, is that something you would take?
Yeah, Rich. That's a good question. Defining success for Joe this season. Oh, that's a hard question. Look, I would say for Joe, because he hasn't pitched in 2 years and he's been through so much with this injury, I got to tell you, it's going to be very hard for me to be critical of Joe if he comes back and he's not super sharp. I mean, if he comes back and he is super sharp and he is pitching really well, I mean, that's going to be incredibly impressive. I'm not saying he can't do it, but it's going to be like, wow. And what a boost it'll be for your ball club and for your rotation. I think it's hard and probably a bit unfair to have that expectation for Joe. I'm not saying he can't do it. I hope he does. It's probably unfair to think that there's not going to be any kind of rust that he has to shake off as he comes back. So it's hard, Rich. I don't even know where to go with that. What's a level of success for Joe? To be honest with you, I think as long as he's pretty effective and is healthy, I think that's gonna be, like, to me, like that's gonna be a huge positive. Like, as long as he's pretty good and he's seemingly effective and the stuff is there and the velocity is there and he can go out and give you a start every 5 days, to me, that's gonna be kind of a win for Joe on a personal level, considering what he's gone through. If he can do more than that, that's great. But I do think, for me, I don't even want to put it as like I have a low bar. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think Joe has the potential to be great. I mean, I hope he is. But I think after everything he's been through with this injury and just getting back and being able to pitch every 5 days and having the stuff and velo be there, and honestly using that as kind of a propeller into next year, I think that's that's sort of that sort of would be a win. But I hope Joe is great. I mean, I hope he comes back and he's making big time starts in big time postseason starts. I do, of course, but I do think we have to be a little realistic that he could come back and there might be some rust to knock off. But I think the health stuff, velo, ability to go out, make a start every 5 days, if Joe can at bare minimum do that and show those things, I think that's going to be a really, really good thing. All right, let's step aside. We will keep taking your phone calls at 833-288-0973, the phone number to call. So let's step aside here. When we come back, we'll continue our rain delay programming. Again, we're in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland. Our coverage here on the Padres Radio Network continues after this.
The heat is coming, San Diego. Get your AC.
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network, an extended edition of our pregame coverage as we wait out this rain delay in Cleveland. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. Okay, let's give you a little bit of good news. The good news is we are being told the tarp is coming off the field in Cleveland. Now, as we said, it's been a lot of rain over the course of the last couple of hours. I assume we're still going to have a bit of a wait time here until today's game starts. Grounds crews got to get on the field, get the field ready. But the good news is the tarp, from what we're being told, is coming off the field in Cleveland. So that is positive. When we have a first pitch time for you, we will be sure to pass it along. And we'll continue to preview today's game, even re-air our Mason Miller interview from earlier today. Right now, let's revisit what was said on the epic Padres roundtable that was aired on Thursday morning right here on 97.3 The Fan. Now, let me just, before we get into this, give you the caveat. Remember, this was recorded on Thursday, so after the Brewers series, the sweep of the Brewers at home, this was before this series started in Cleveland on Friday. So if you hear things that sound like they're a little bit dated, that's why, but it's not dated enough to where I think we can't play it. I think a lot of this is still very relevant as we play it here on this Sunday. So let's revisit what was said on the epic Padres roundtable right here on 97.3 The Fan. Again, you are tuned in to the Padres Radio Network, a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland between the Padres and the Guardians. Let's listen to that epic Padres roundtable.
It's time to talk Padres baseball.
This place is electric.
Our 97.3 The Fan staff is together to break down everything, both on and off the field, with the San Diego Padres in our commercial-free Epic Padres Roundtable, sponsored by Epic Wings. Buckle up, Friar Faithful. We've got a lot to discuss. Now, here's your host, Ben Higgins.
That was amazing. I've never seen anyone be more exactly on time than Braden Soprenet.
Right.
That was
impressive.
Sat down literally 5 seconds ago, and now we have a complete cast for our commercial-free Epic Wings, Epic Padres Roundtable here on 97.3 The Fan. I am Ben Higgins. I am joined to my left by Chris Ello from the Gwynn and Chris program. Hello, Chris.
Game time is on time, Ben.
At the end, as I already mentioned, Braden Soprenet from the Braden Soprenet Show.
You know, you guys golf all the time. A little show and go, Ben.
There you go. Stephen Woods, my co-host in the mornings here on 97.3 The Fan. Woodsy?
I've never been that late to anything in my whole life.
No, you have not.
Ever.
And
Never was.
our special guest this week, for the second straight week, we have a former Padres opening day starter. Last week it was Tim Stauffer, but pleased to welcome Brian Lawrence to the panel today. B-Law, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Really excited. And wow, it's a fun time for Padres fans. What a week it was. What a series against the Milwaukee Brewers. And I wanted to just give everyone a chance. Yesterday's game, if not the best game of the season, certainly one of the most entertaining, exciting, tense, nail-biting games that we have seen, 4-3 and 11 innings. I wanted to give everyone just a thought, like what stood out to you about that game, an observation you made about that game, Chris, that, you know, you stuck with you after you watched the Padres pull that one out.
Yeah, it's one of the games that felt most like a playoff game, you know, I think this year. And so I'm looking forward to a whole bunch more of those. If you're a baseball junkie, I think you really enjoyed that game. So much strategy, so many decisions and plays made and not made. But I'll tell you my take home, because I looked it up this morning. Luis Campusano went 578 calendar days without a hit. From August 31st to 2024 to April 3rd this year. I don't know that a player's ever been further down and out and off the radar than him. And for him to be the hero yesterday, kind of culminating a great season and him coming back. And I was really happy, you know, to see everybody out jumping on his back after that game. He deserved it.
Brian, Chris makes a good point. You played before the designated hitter in the National League era, but that game had a bit of a throwback feel with all the changes that were made and strategic adjustments that Craig Stammen had to make as manager. What stood out to you about that victory yesterday?
A win, basically. You know, coming back and being able to win that game, and they could have very easily just kind of taken it and said, all right, we won 2 out of 3. Let's just move on to tomorrow. And they battled and Never gave up, even down to 2 outs and beating a guy out to first base to extend innings and coming up with big hits at the end. They never gave, and they should have won it in the ninth, really, because that ball looked fair to me down the line.
I thought so.
Me too,
Sure did,
Brian.
man.
So, and to kind of have that not happen, and then the guy lines out to end the inning, and then they continue to just battle and win the game.
Yeah, I went on a bit of a tangent. The height of the sun and the height of Petco Park and the shadow of the baseball that was clearly in fair territory past the back. How could that possibly have been a foul ball? But
that was like in an NFL game when they don't make the first down and they give you the first down on the mark.
Yeah.
It was the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So, Woodsy, what was one of your observations about the game yesterday?
I mean, just resilience, right? Like just never, ever giving up and they're wrapping into double plays at a prodigious rate and the bullpen coming in and Adrian Morahone, like, again, it could have been one of those moments like, all right, I gave one up. And what does he do? He punches out the side. Like, these guys are dogs. There's no question. Like, if you question this team, if they want it, if they care, you see that a lot on social media. These guys don't care. They're checked out. It's like, I don't know what game you're watching, or what team you're watching. They were resilient even when they were losing. This clubhouse has stayed together. You can tell they really root for each other. It was really a special 3 games, to be honest.
Braden, your observations from yesterday?
Everything that you guys said, but then on top of it, Fernando making incredible plays. Again, like, he wasn't even in the lineup yesterday, goes in that 8th inning and, he pinch hits, he works the walk, gets himself to second when Rengifo walked, and then a ground ball to first base, which should be a inning ender, or at the very worst for the Brewers, maybe bases loaded and 2 outs. Fernando scores from second base. He never slows up, just goes for it. Every time you watch this Padres team play, or really Fernando, it seems like, we've missed some of the unbelievable plays that he has made, and he still shows you that he could do that. And what a huge impact on the game he had yesterday, and he didn't even start in it.
I think for me, we often look at baseball and we look at that starting lineup and we match the starting lineup against the other lineup and we match the starting pitcher over the other pitcher and we go, I like our chances tonight, or this one's going to be a tough one.
Sure.
But baseball, and Brian, I'm sure you know this, is about more than just the 9 guys on the field. And yesterday's game was what it takes to use an entire rosters full of players, bringing in guys. Sungwon Song, who didn't play until the last, couple of minutes, but stole a base, and with a great slide to get in ahead of the tag at home plate, to use your catchers, both of them coming into that game, making a switch so you can get Tatis in there, but then knowing you've got Campy in reserve to come in, pinch runners on the base paths. It's a 26-man roster for a reason, and you need all of those guys to pull out wins, especially come October in games like that, which are similar to what you feel like in a playoff game.
You look at it, your stars are going to carry you for most of your games, right? Like, that's what they're there for. That's what they get paid to do. But a full season, and we talk about in the offseason, like, who's our bench players for this upcoming season, because they are so important. Somebody's going to get hurt, and those guys are going to have to play for an extended period of time, and they need to be solid players. And the best ones seem to be the ones that kind of embrace that role and know that's what they're going to do. And even though might not play for a couple of days in a row, they're still going to be prepared to play every inning of every game, and they're going to be ready to go. And those are the ones you want. And if they can do that well, they round out a team so much.
Well, it was a fun one to watch. I mean, there was ups and downs. I mean, Xander hit the home run, but also didn't come through in extra innings. I mean, it was not a linear path to victory, but it made it really entertaining for us fans. So now, with the Phillies and Diamondbacks both losing, the Padres are sitting in the 2nd wild card spot, 5th playoff position in the National League. After months of really just trying to talk about whether or not this is a potential playoff team or not, I think we can all agree now that this is definitely a potential playoff team. Anyone disagree? Right. Okay, so here's the question. Is this a legitimate World Series contender now, based on what we have seen over the last few weeks, Braden? Do you feel like this team, because it can't really make a lot of changes now, is what they have on the roster and on the field enough to make a run in October if they get there?
Well, they've proven that they could beat the 2 other best teams in Major League Baseball, in the Atlanta Braves and the Milwaukee Brewers, sweeping both of them at home, winning the season series against both of them this year. I think the biggest hurdle will always be the Los Angeles Dodgers until things change. And so from that perspective, it makes it difficult to declare whether or not they're a World Series caliber team. But, if you factor out that element of Los Angeles, I mean, there's not one team in Major League Baseball that, I'd be, terrified to play. Not to say I would be terrified to play the Dodgers either, but when you start stacking the Padres up against a lot of teams in Major League Baseball, talent-wise and how they've assembled their team, they're good enough to make a run. I think just the additions of Robbie Ray and Casey Mize give you that opportunity. And the other thing too, like with Robbie Ray yesterday, I said it to Frank during the game as I was in the press box. There was a couple of times like where I think there was one of the innings where he walked two guys to get the inning going. And I think he got out of it with no runs. I think he did a good job handling the, Merrill coming up on the ball a little bit too aggressively. I mean, he showed you what a veteran pitcher does that has experience being a starter that can get you innings more so than what we've seen with the, the rotation for the rotation with all these other arms that 2 walks to start the inning would just blow up and be like a six run inning. So I think with a little bit more stability in the starting rotation, even though it's not probably one of the best, I think the fact that you have the best bullpen in baseball, I think the fact that you got your stars swinging the bat, I think they can go on a run in October. Would I pick them as the favorite? No. If I got to pick any roster in baseball, would they be the one that I would pick to win the World Series? Probably not, but I've seen some weird stuff in baseball before, and I think talent-wise and in the right timing and how things shape up, they could make a run at this thing.
Woods, I don't know about you, but I find it almost difficult to accept because it was such a different conversation last month. And now I'm trying to wrap my mind around, now this team might be good enough. Like the ceiling may be higher than we thought it was for the San Diego Padres. How much have you changed your view based on what we've seen over these last 3 weeks or so?
I know changed. He never gave up on this team.
Yes, I did. I know better. I know
still
better.
on pace for 500. They still finished 500.
I know better than to get all excited with this many games left to go. Man, terrible things can happen. Great things can happen. We've seen great things happen. But, I'm just trying to be a realist here. But I look at that bullpen and I go, oh, yeah, that's a World Series winning bullpen. Period. The end. No question. I look at the lineup when all those guys are firing, 100%. Will they hit enough in October? It's been the problem. It's been the problem for this team. So if they play like this, Ben, yeah, man, sky's the limit, right? Like they're certainly not afraid of anybody and not intimidated by anyone at all, and have beaten some good teams. They've beaten some good pitchers. They run the bases. Sometimes a little recklessly, but they're fast. They put pressure on the defense. They look right now like a fairly complete team.
Brian, I mean, you've seen more baseball than the rest of us. What do you see from this roster right now? Does it have championship potential in your mind?
100%.
Okay.
They just got better in the starting pitching department, which is what's going to get them to the playoffs. And then once you get to the playoffs, and that's what they're thinking about right now. They're not thinking about a World Series. I promise you that. That clubhouse it's not even mentioning World Series right now. They're winning each game, each day to get to the playoffs. Now, once that happens, then now their focus changes, right? And so you get to the playoffs. So starting pitching is going to help them get there because what it's going to do is hopefully allow them to go deeper in games, which saves our bullpen. Because at the pace they were going in the beginning of the year, that bullpen won't be the bullpen that we are seeing. They're going to be dead. It's going to be done. And then they have no chance. So let these guys go deep into games, keep winning games, get to the playoffs. And if you have a fresh-ish bullpen that you can for the playoffs, that team can win 100%. Like you get the lead 6th inning in the playoffs with that bullpen, it's going to be hard to beat. And so, if they can continue to stay healthy and continue to play like they're playing right now and get to the playoffs, they definitely have a chance.
I would just want to follow up because you mentioned the acquisitions of Casey Mize and Robbie Ray, undoubtedly going to help the team going forward. But Padres still don't have that ace type, shutdown. Maybe Michael King can be that, but can you win a World Series without having a real horse at the top of the rotation, a guy who you can feel like we are almost certainly going to win this one if our guy is on today?
Are you talking about a guy who would be like a number one starter, like the only Padre starter in history with an immaculate inning? That type of guy? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, no, I mean, Mason Miller did it as well, but Brian Lawrence does have an immaculate inning for the San Diego Padres. Can't get more dominant than that. That's true.
Go.
You know, with the starting pitching, yeah, a guy might go out there and not be an ace, if you want to call him that, but every single one of those guys that starts that game can have a day to go out there and you're not scoring on him. You know, there was days I'd walk on the mound and you get to the third inning and I'm like, you're not scoring today, you know? And I definitely wasn't an ace and I was a mediocre starting pitcher, but there were days you just weren't going to hit me. And that's the kind of thing where the Stars have to line up in the playoffs to have those outings to win against maybe a stronger rostered team.
Chris, your thoughts on now the championship potential of the San Diego Padres?
Yeah, winning it all seems pretty improbable just because we're San Diego. It's just never happened for us. But I would just answer by saying there is no one who gave the Nasty Boy Reds of 1990 a chance in hell against that incredible Oakland team. The Reds swept that World Series. The 2019 Nationals could go on and on. The 2003 Marlins. Baseball is set up for things like this to happen in the postseason, and this is the type of roster conceivably that could win. Yes.
We are a quarter of the way already through our Epic Wings, Epic Padres Roundtable, commercial free here on 97.3 The Fan. You can grab your wingman, make it an epic summer with the Epic Wings Buddy Pack, 20 wings, 2 sauce flavors, including their new limited time spicy barbecue sauce, 4 breadsticks, and 2 house-made dipping sauces for $29.95. That's over a $40 value. I haven't done a roundtable draft in a while. I'll explain how it works for everybody, as well as Brian Lawrence, new to the panel. I will give you a question, and everybody has to give a different answer to the question. So once it's already been taken, you got to go with someone else. We'll go right down the line on this one, starting with Braden Suprenant and coming back to me. The question is, who has been the biggest difference maker for the San Diego Padres since the All-Star break? Put you on the spot, Braden, but I think there are a lot of potential choices for this one. I don't think we're going to run out of difference makers for the Padres.
No, I definitely don't think so. I mean, I think it goes back to what you said, Ben, about just using the whole roster. The whole roster seems to be contributing. I'm going to go with the probably more obvious answer because we've seen it on MLB Network and the national media is talking about him a lot. But Jackson Merrill's been unbelievable. He's back to what he looked like in his rookie self. And I think, he's one of the guys that you relied upon going into this year as being a star that needed a star. And you're starting to see it right now. And there's, no surprise to me of why the Padres are doing the damage that they are doing. But there's a lot of great answers and a lot of good draft picks coming up.
I feel like Jackson's a pretty solid number 1 overall pick in this choice. Woodsy, you got the number 2 selection. Biggest difference maker since the All-Star break.
I'll go with Adrian Morejon, who's just as nasty as it gets. And
wait, is he still on the team? I thought we traded
Will
him
Warren,
at the deadline.
right?
Yeah, that's right.
No, he's still here and shoving.
We were idiots to turn down Will Warren, if I recall.
That's what what Bob Nightingale said for sure. I think you put him in and the confidence that you feel, knowing you also have Mason behind him, but the ability to go multiple innings. I sat there yesterday for a second and I went, oh, is it going to be Yuki? And I'm like, oh no, it's going to be Adrian again for a second inning. And he was brilliant, and he's been brilliant all year, really. But he had some scuffles early, but you just feel confident when he's in there, and he wants it really badly. You can tell.
Brian, before I get your choice, I want you to comment on Adrian Morejon, because you've given up the run there, and then you've got the runner at third, and you really know if you give up 2, you're putting yourself in a bad situation for the bottom of the inning in the 11th. To have to strand a runner with nobody out at third base has got to be one of the toughest challenges a pitcher can face in the big leagues.
It is, because you realistically, there's one option. You got to strike the guy out. Pop-ups to the infield, or those are a little tougher. But so he's literally thinking, I have to strike this guy out. You look at the Padres in that scenario, which is extended games, extra innings. We're built for that with our bullpen, because you basically have 3 guys that can go in there and strike everybody out: Strada, Morejon, Miller. And so you get those out there, and when you need to strike out, it's what he does.
All right, your pick for the biggest difference maker for the Padres since the All-Star
All right,
break.
well, there's some
Merrill and
obvious-
Morahone are taken.
Yeah, there's some obvious choices that we can make. I'm going to think outside the box a little bit and how my mind works as a pitcher and what I see in games that aren't always statistically valuable. But it's Hart.
Kyle Hart's
come into games.
nice.
So you think about what he's had to do.
Yeah.
Start games, just pick up innings in the middle of a game that, we end up losing the game, but he's picking up innings that somebody else doesn't have to pitch, which saves our bullpen. Coming in the 8th inning the other day, he's done anything we've needed him to do, and he's done it well since the All-Star break. And, like I said, he's not going to be the guy that pops in everybody's mind, but you think about what he's doing right now to help this team, it's pretty cool.
The heartthrob.
Good answer. Chris, you're next up, 4th pick in our draft. Biggest difference maker for the Padres since the All-Star break.
I'm going to leave a lot of obvious choices for you, Ben, because I'm going to go with Craig Stammen.
Yeah.
And for one reason, because he never stopped trying stuff. When we all gave up on this team, he's at the point, the point man for this, right? There was obviously a lot of input, but to me, the thing that changed the season and got him going for whatever reason, maybe it was just luck and timing, was the chaos pitching. That changed it right then and there. Kyle Hart was a big part of it, but just the fact that he never stopped trying stuff in a season where we had all given up. That is what I think, and I think everybody saw that in this clubhouse and said, you know what, nobody's given up. We can't give up. So I'm going to go with Craig Stammen for that decision alone.
There's going to be some really good unsigned draft picks at the end of this draft that didn't get picked, including Fernando Tatis Jr., who's just not going to get mentioned because I'm not picking Fernando Tatis Jr., so he's gonna end up on the board. I considered like the catching tandem, which has been obviously such a difference maker just because they've been hitting constantly. But I don't think we can have this draft without saying Luis Rengifo and what he has done from out of nowhere off the DFA scrap heap from the Milwaukee Brewers and coming in and, quickly moving up, often hitting in the 2-hole for the San Diego Padres.
Hit cleanup the other night.
You can put him lower in the order. He can run around a little bit. He can give you some pop, including the first career grand slam with an OPS, well over 800 since joining the San Diego Padres. It's when you get those unexpected contributions that really allow a team, I think, to sometimes go on a streak like the Padres are going on right now. You count on Jackson Merrill and Fernando Tatis Jr., maybe not to be as hot as Jackson's been, but you kind of need them to keep doing that. But when you get guys like Luis Rengifo out of nowhere playing the way that they are playing, that really makes a difference on a roster and to the depth of a lineup. So, I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that they sign him and all of a sudden Padres have been reeling off a bunch of wins. So Luis Rengifo is my pick.
Apologies to Ty France, who
exactly.
I still think is in the lead for team MVP for the season.
Well, that's because he's done it the whole year, not just the second half.
Such a tough one. All right, I want to start with B-Law on this one. Because there's been a lot of talk about the coaching staff for the San Diego Padres this season. A lot about the hitting coach, Steven Sousa Jr., who took, from this panel, from fans, slings and arrows for the first half of the season. But I want to broaden it out as well, include the pitching coach, Ruben Niebla, Ben Fritz, the entire staff, and ask you, Brian, and then everyone else can chime in. How much impact do coaches have on the major league level? Like, how much of a difference can they really make? Is it a little? Is it a lot? In your experience, like how big of an impact do the coaches have?
I think it's a matter of who the player is and whether they take instruction or they just are set in their ways and they do their own thing. But for me, coming up, I had Daryl Ackerfeld, who was our bullpen coach, who had been with me almost every level in my minor league career. So I had him, I think, 3 seasons in a row in the minor leagues, and then we both came to the big leagues pretty much together. So, a player comes over and a coach is only seeing him for the first time. Yeah, there's videos and this, that, but there's not the history that – so I could go out, and if I was off, Ack would come and be like, hey, I see this. Because he had seen me good for so long, he could see it when it was a little off. And we could correct that. you know, and then you have guys that are just good at what they do, and then, you know, they can say something and it just clicks like that to help a player. But essentially for me, you know, all the talk of firing this and that was it was crazy to me because the player has to go out there and do it. It all comes down to the player. If you're not good, it's because of what you're not doing, or it's on you. It should never be on a coach. There's not a coach out there that's telling somebody to do something that's going to make them not be good. And so that's where I kind of draw a line. Now, you know, let somebody have some history, you know, let them be a coach for a while to learn. And then you kind of see, okay, they're pretty good or they're not, and you move on from there. But for me, it's coming down there. I never blamed a coach for if I was bad. It was my fault. And so now, could there be somebody there to help me? Sure. But it's essentially, I still have to do it.
Woods, I know that's been your take pretty much all season long when it comes to the coaching staff. It's on the players far more than the coaches. But as Brian says, I mean, coaches can make a huge impact with just a well-chosen word and an observation here or there if they make the right one.
Yeah, you know, they're such different, right? Like pitching coach and hitting coach, in my opinion, too, it's just different. The reaction that you need, the load, the hands, and yeah, you can look and say, hey, I saw you had your hands a little higher. Is that something you're trying? You know, Souza, I thought, was an unfair scapegoat. These guys get paid a lot of money. They get paid a lot of money because they know how to hit, and they've done it for a long time. And, you know, we keep bringing hitting coaches in here. And I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not going to give him a ton of credit for the rebound, and I wasn't going to give him a ton of blame for having the worst offense. It's so hard to do. Hitting is so hard, and it's not like he's installed a new offense that they're trying to learn. You know, the playbook's real thick. No, they're going to go out and do what they're trying to do, and it's got to be hard, man. Walking into a new situation and having guys that have done it and they're making $30 million a year, and they know how they want to hit, and maybe they learned something in the offseason that they shouldn't have, and now you got to train that out of them. It's a huge task, and I think the hitting coach is the most unforgiving, biggest scapegoated gig in the big leagues right now.
I coached minor leagues for the Cubs for a while. And the hardest thing I had to do as a coach was I coached myself. And I tell all my players when we first started, you know, these are A-ball guys, rookie guys. You are going to be your best coach your entire career. So you better learn yourself and learn what you do well, learn what you don't do well. And because you're going to have a different coaches along the way, but you need to be your best coach. And so the hardest thing for me as a player, because I was my best coach, like I knew myself better than anybody, I had to coach 12, 13 guys now, and they're all different. So I had to say something to him, and this other guy was doing the same thing, but I had to tell him something different for him to figure it out. And so you have to learn all those guys, and then you have to learn how you can talk to them, if you can yell at them, if you can't yell at them, and all this stuff. It's hard. It's a tough gig.
It's based on something you said. It's our Epic Wings, Epic Padres Roundtable, commercial free by Epic Wings, always fresh, never frozen. Brian Lawrence, former Padres pitcher, opening day starter, is our guest. And something you said about coaching makes me wonder if where major league teams get it wrong, because there's a lot of turnover for various reasons, but manager gets fired. Usually there's a new coaching staff. Bad season. Hey, let's clean out a few of the coaches. And I wonder if a team really just ever stuck with a coaching staff for an extended period of time and give them a chance to learn players over 2-3 seasons where they really get to know those guys better, that a little patience, Chris, might actually be what is required. Tough to do when fans are screaming every day on social media and on radio going, got to get rid of this guy, got to get rid of that guy. But is there not enough patience maybe in Major League Baseball with coaching staffs who will probably only get better as you give them more time to do their jobs?
Yeah, I don't even worry about the fans and the social media. I worry about loudmouth afternoon talk show hosts who called for the hitting coach to be fired in May and in June and July and kept coming up with every reason to do it, despite what Brian's saying. I fully believed it was the players not executing, but I honestly thought just some new different voice needed to be, entered into the equation. But, they stuck it out and it's paying off. Patience is a great thing. How many teams just keep chasing their tail and firing this, starting anew and selling a whole new, we're rebuilding type of thing. That's why I love what AJ Preller does every August by refusing to do that and continuing to just go out and push and try to go after it. So, yeah, patience we're all pretty bad in that category, but baseball owners and GMs are near the top of that list.
Well, and Braden, look at the San Diego Padres. Yes, they've had some good pitching staffs, really good bullpens in recent years. Offenses have been hit or miss. The consistency, and this goes back to B-Law's days, has been in the pitching coach. They've had a lot of consistency with Darren Balsley, Ruben Niebla. They have not made the changes like they do with hitting coaches, which they go through, basically like you're folding laundry, like next pair. They keep going. But why not try to stick with other guys like you stuck with your pitching coaches for so many years?
Yeah, I don't know. Like you see it now more and more in like college football, and you see it in a lot of the NFL, and you see like these organizations that pivot so fast because they think they can just instantly win a championship by changing some things, or maybe the expectations are too high about the team that they built. It would be nice to see. I just think in this day and age of instant gratification that we have as a society, that you're going to see more teams that are like, you know what, we better see you guys win, or like we're changing everything. I don't necessarily think that's a good idea nor a good plan. Obviously, a lot of the circumstances have been different with the Padres, with the different coaching staffs that they have had. But the reality is, the managers changed, but the staff has been kind of the same for the last handful of years. Of what this team would be like if they, had the same guy for a longer period of time. Again, it's not like they were just getting rid of everybody. Melvin left and Mike Schilt left, so it's a little bit different. But I do think it'd be interesting to see like what these teams would do if they, they stuck with some of their guys through some tough times. And as Brian said, like they get to learn these players. As a coach that at the high school football level, there's definitely kids that over the course of like the last couple of months I've learned, like Brian was saying, I can yell at this kid, I can't yell at this kid, or I have to be a little bit more, technical with this guy, and this kid's not going to understand that. That's hard to do in one season, and that's hard to do to throughout the entire year. So not surprised that things were kind of not going well for Steven Souza Jr. potentially at the beginning, and now they are. You got to give some of these guys some time. And I've always thought a good rule of thumb is give a coaching staff 3 years to see if they can turn things around. But I don't think a lot of front offices want to wait 3 years anymore.
So many things have changed over just the last week or so in the National League playoff race, but I wanted to give everybody a chance to handicap where they feel like the race is heading now. And I was going to say Padres, Phillies, Diamondbacks. Got to throw in the Miami Marlins, who are not going away. They're just a game and a half out of a playoff spot as well. So, Chris, as you look at those 4-2 teams, where they're standing right now, who do you like's best chances to emerge with the final 2 playoff spots now in the National League?
Who's in the 8th spot right now? Because that's where the Padres were 33 days ago. They were in the 8th spot. They're now in the 2nd spot. They've passed 6 teams in 33 days. So I don't know that you don't have to include the Cardinals and everybody
Pirates
else too. Yeah,
Nationals.
But, it sure seems like the Padres obviously have momentum right now. The Phillies, I feel like they have the pedigree, but I've always felt this team has gotten a little older this year, and I think that they may fade. I do like the Marlins because they're young and hungry, and their pitching has been pretty good, but that injury to Kyle Stowers right now really takes a big bat out of the middle of their order. So I'll say Arizona gets there because I'm a fan of Torey Lovello and the Padres.
Woodsy, what do you think in terms of the playoff race at this point? Who are your 2 favorites?
Exact same as what Elo said. I like Arizona. I don't think they're going away. They're pesky. We played them. They're tough. They're tough. And Corbin Carroll is a freak. He is a freak. They had some stat yesterday, fastest to 100 home runs, fastest to 100 triples. He is a superstar. Ketel Marte can get you anytime. Arenado has been solid, and their pitching, as rough as it was, like Merrill Kelly shoved last time he was out. If they could figure that out, I think they'll be there at the end.
They could
fight.
get Corbin Burns.
All right, that was our epic Padres Roundtable. No, we had a very extended cut of that with no real cut in there, but wanted to give you the full feel of the epic Padres Roundtable. Sam Levitt back with you inside our San Diego studios as we continue our very extended edition of our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. Again, a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland, Ohio, before this series finale between the Padres and the Guardians. Let's step aside. When we come back, we'll get the latest from Jesse and Tony at Progressive Field in Cleveland. I can tell you the tarp is off the field. The grounds crew is working on the playing surface. We may have an update from Jesse and Tony on when today's game will begin in Cleveland. Again, first pitch scheduled originally for 10:40 a.m. Pacific time. We are now obviously well beyond that, 2+ hours of rain delay now, but it does look like we're going to play baseball in Cleveland today. Padres going for a series win, and as I said, we'll check in with Jesse and Tony when we return. Again, a rain delay programming extended edition of our pregame coverage here on the Padres Radio Network.
Hey, bada bada, swing, bada bada.
Back here inside our San Diego studios, our extended edition of our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues as we're in the midst of a rain delay in Cleveland, Ohio, before the final game of this 3-game series between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians. We'll head to Cleveland in a moment, get the latest from Jesse Agler and Tony Gwynn Jr., a game that was originally scheduled to have a first pitch of 10:40 a.m., so we are now just about 2 hours, 20 minutes into today's rain delay. I think we're going to have some good news from Jesse and Tony. Before we go to them, let's quickly pause for station identification on the Padres Radio Network.
KWFN and KWFN HD1 San Diego.
Hey, this is Jackson Merrill, center fielder for the San Diego Padres. You're listening to Padres Baseball on the Padres Radio Network.
And Odyssey Sports Station.
Sam Levitt with you here inside our San Diego studios as we continue to get you ready for first pitch coming up at some point, I think pretty soon here in the not too distant future between the Padres and the Guardians. Rubber game of this 3-game series. Guardians winning last night, Padres winning on Friday. Padres trying to pick up a series win today in Cleveland. Right now, let's send things back to the broadcast booth at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Jesse, Tony, what's the latest in Cleveland with the weather and when today's game might begin?
Well, Sammy, we have a start time. How about that? Or at least an approximate, hopeful, theoretical start time of 4:50 Eastern, which by my math would be 1:50 p.m. Pacific. You know, what is that? 3 hours and 10 minutes after when we were supposed to begin. Hasn't been raining for the last 30, 40 minutes, which is the good news. The bad news is we mentioned the 6 feet of standing water on the warning track. They've gotten most, but not all of that cleared out. Center field seems to be quite an issue. They've got a bobcat out there right now with the drying agent, and they're really working hard to their credit to try and get the warning track all figured out. But, I mean, it was highly problematic. It was legitimately flooded really from foul pole to foul pole. And so they are continuing to try and dry that out. They've got the big blower thing there. They've got shovels. They've got a wheelbarrow. I mentioned the Bobcat. So, I mean, it looks like half the grounds crew is basically on the warning track in center field right now, just trying to dry that all out so that these outfielders can safely play baseball. But that's pretty much, I think, the only reason why we have another 50 minutes or so to wait here for this game is so that part of the field is playable. Everything else, Tony, looks really, really nice. And the outfield and outside of the warning track and the infield, very playable. But we will have baseball here this evening.
Yeah, we had heard that the warning track could be a problem, but a lot of times when you're talking with fellow broadcasters, you're not quite sure how accurate it is. It's very accurate. This water got on here and said about an hour, 15 minutes before they can clear it out. And anytime you see a Bobcat on the field this close to a game, probably not a good thing. But that Bobcat has been brought out to try to speed this process up a little bit. They got the extra dirt to try to soak up some of the water, but that is the thing I think we're ultimately waiting on, because there was quite a bit of water on that warning track when it all got done.
So I guess, haven't had a delay all year. This is a pretty good delay.
Yeah.
Over 3 hours, as we said, is going to be from the time we were supposed to start until we are going to. The other good news is that the local weather forecasters have told us that there's really probably no more rain in the forecast for the next several hours. So we should be in the clear once we start this game again, coming up about 50 minutes from now. And hopefully we can play uninterrupted baseball. And hopefully the Padres can take the rubber game of this series against the Guardians. Just the one hit yesterday. So obviously, first thing we'll be looking for is how the Padres are able to get the bats going against Tanner Bybee.
Yeah, how the Padres are getting the bats going. I think probably as a counter to that, how Bybee's going to approach the Padres offense. They spent the last 2 days, and by they, I mean the Guardians, really utilizing the breaking ball to the Padres through the first 2 games. And so we'll get a chance to see if that's a continued trend. I think I'm also anxious to see what it looks like in New York. Will the Mets adopt this same type of approach if it continues to be successful? But Padres certainly will look to try to bounce back after the one-hit performance last night.
All right, so that is the current state of affairs here. They are beginning to chalk the lines on the infield and around home plate. So that is another clear sign that we're getting closer and closer to baseball. And again, most of the grounds crew continues to work on trying to dry out the warning track in the outfield, because it was truly flooded after the rains that came through here in Cleveland. But the idea is for first pitch to come at approximately 1:50 p.m. Pacific time, about 47 minutes from now. And I see people in baseball uniforms in dugouts for the first time today. So again, definitely getting a little bit closer. And we will have baseball for you coming up in the not too distant future. So, Sam, great work today. You're not quite at the finish line, but you can probably see it, or at least hopefully see it at this point. And we'll be back with you not too long from now.
All right, Jesse, appreciate the update. That is Jesse Ackler and Tony Gwynn Jr. providing good news, an approximate first pitch time of 1:50 p.m. here on the West Coast. So this is what we're going to do up until 1:50. We will step aside here. We'll come back. We'll continue with the Epic Padres Roundtable for about 15, 20 minutes, give you a little bit more of that. By the way, I think they're doing a tremendous job on the Roundtable. Really great discussion about the Padres and the season and some pretty big picture elements of what's going on with the ball club. So we'll come back. We'll play a little bit more Epic Padres Roundtable for you from earlier this week here on 97.3 The Fan. Then around 1:25, we'll break in. We'll sort of reset things before today's series finale, go over some pregame notes. We'll replay my one-on-one conversation with Mason Miller from earlier. My goodness, we played it at 10 a.m. this morning. So you know what? In case you missed it, we're going to play it again. If you hear it a second time, you hear it a second time. When the rain delay goes over 3 hours, sometimes we start doing some wacky things, and it just sort of is what it is. So we'll replay the Mason Miller conversation, and we will get you reset for this series finale, and we'll send things back to the broadcast booth with Jesse and Tony at 1:40. And from that point on,
They will have you up until first pitch at, again, approximately 1:50 p.m. West Coast time from Cleveland as the Padres take on the Guardians in the rubber game of this series. Let's step aside. We continue after this on the Padres Radio Network.
The heat is coming, San Diego.
Our EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show continues here on the Padres Radio Network. Sam Levitt with you inside our San Diego studios. Again, we are in the midst of a rain delay before first pitch in Cleveland, a game that was originally scheduled to begin at 10:40 a.m. That is the bad news. We've had a lengthy rain delay in the Midwest today. However, the good news is we are officially scheduled to begin today's game at approximately 1:50 p.m. local time here in San Diego. So what that means is we will send things back to the booth with Jesse and Tony at 1:40 p.m. And until then, we'll continue to keep you company right here on the Padres Radio Network. And we very much appreciate you joining us on this Sunday. We were on the air at 9:40 a.m. with our pregame coverage. Going to end up being a 4-hour pregame show today. Is what it is. We appreciate you tuning in, hanging with us until the baseball gets underway in Cleveland for the rubber game of this 3-game series. Like I said, here's the plan moving forward. We're going to play more of the Epic Padres roundtable from earlier this week. Let those guys continue a really good conversation on the Padres, some big picture elements to what's going on with the ball club right now. And around 1:25, we'll bring it back live here, and so we'll sort of reset things, continue to get you ready for the final game of this 3-game series, including my one-on-one conversation with Padres closer Mason Miller. But right now, let's continue to revisit what was said on the Epic Padres Roundtable earlier this week.
If they could figure that out, I think they'll be there at the end.
They could get Corbin Burns back. I've heard some whispers.
Is that right?
We're in maybe 3 or 4 starts in September. I don't know what that does for them, but it's a former Cy Young winner.
Certainly a boost to that pitching staff. But I like Labello too. I think they're a good team. And I think they're going to be, unfortunately, pretty scrappy to that last series of the year here in San Diego, which is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, the Phillies still do have Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler and the pitching experience that, I mean, they're such a hot and cold team, though. If Kyle Schwarber goes on another tear at some point,
they should win a lot more than they do. I think.
I always feel that way. Yeah. So I don't know. I still kind of give them the edge. Obviously, it feels like the Padres are just on this freight train express right to the postseason. But again, as you mentioned, we still got 40-plus games to go.
A lot of time.
A lot can change between now and then. Brian, how do you kind of handicap the rest of the NL playoff race?
Well, obviously, I'm putting the Padres up there.
Yeah.
They, they're on a streak right now, and it all comes down to health. Who can stay healthy and keep their guys on the field playing. A little luck involved, but it's just grinding out the end of the season. So the Padres are there. And I don't know that I can count against the Phillies with the guys they have. Those two guys at top of the rotation are just really tough.
Backhand's pretty good too with Duran.
They're built on paper to be there. And if they, just like I say, stay healthy and continue to do, they're going to be okay. And it's who can get hot. You look at the Padres, right, where they're 15-4 and it climbed right back. It's a streak. It's a game of streak because there's going to be some down. I hate to say it, but we're going to lose 2 or 3, 4 games in a row. It's going to happen. And then you just got to be able to bounce back and win 4 or 5 in a row like they're doing now to be there at the end. But I like the Padres and the Phillies.
Why are you so negative, calling for a 4-game losing streak right now, Brian? Come on.
It's going to happen.
Realism.
That's baseball. That's baseball wisdom and experience speaking.
Yeah, we're not used to wisdom on this panel, Brian.
It's weird about the Diamondbacks. I feel like last year's team felt so much more dangerous with Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor. And it just doesn't feel like it's as good of a team, but yet, I don't know, Torey Lovullo, good manager. They continue to play well. Braden, what are your thoughts on the playoff race from here on out?
I don't think Philly makes it. I think they're going to run out of gas. I think their age is showing here in the stretch, and they got tougher opponents coming up. I mean, they got battles on their hands that they're going to have to navigate and get through to finish the season. So does Arizona, but I just think Arizona's got guys like Corbin Carroll and a little bit more youth, and I think that I think they got a little bit more hunger to get to the postseason after not making it the last couple of years. So I think the Padres and Diamondbacks make it through. I think Chicago catches Milwaukee. I said that last week. Seemed a little bit far-fetched. They're 4 games out now, I think, maybe 3.5. 3.5 now,
right?
After
3
now. After they still got 7 games against Milwaukee.
Crazy.
And that's going to be a dogfight. And I think, and Kyle Glazier said it on my show during the trade deadline. After the Brewers didn't get Skubal, he said the Cubs smell blood in the water, and they're going at, and they're going to hunt them down. And I totally think that's the case, especially with what we saw with Milwaukee this week here in town. So I think your 3 wild cards are going to be Milwaukee, San Diego, and Arizona, probably in that order. Padres are still well behind, that top wild card spot, whether it be Chicago or the Brewers. But that's how I think it shakes out. And I honestly think Miami probably finishes one spot out. I'm just not a huge believer in the Phillies, despite their 2 studs at the top of the rotation and their elite.
They hardly ever win a game when those top 2 or 3 guys don't start. That's killed them all year.
And if that was the case, if it went Milwaukee, San Diego, Arizona, Padres would dodge the Cubs and not have to go to Wrigley Field for a best of 3 against that red-hot team. But as we pointed out this morning, then you're probably facing Jacob Mizorowski in game 1 of a best of 3 series.
But you're not facing
on the road.
in game 2.
Hey, if you could tie with them, though, you have the season tiebreaker now.
So that is an interesting development as well. Continuing on with our Epic Wings, Epic Padres Roundtable, you mentioned Corbin Burns trying to come back from a long injury. Looks like Joe Musgrove is going to be trying to do that as well. Perhaps in less than 2 weeks, we could see him make his season debut, and first time since 2024. Brian, let me ask you. I kind of brought it up earlier this week. What are fair expectations for Joe Musgrove? Like, how long of a leash can he have? As you know, there's going to be some rust to shake off, but he's also in the middle of a playoff chase here. Like, where should fans have their minds expecting Joe Musgrove to be when he comes back from a long surgery?
For me, watching him pitch, it's always about his breaking pitches. If he's able to dial those in and get them where he normally is, which could be a tough thing with an elbow injury. But I think you got to take it slow with him and bring him back, get him in the games. But it's going to come back to a guy like Hart, being able to follow him and allowing him to only go 2 innings, 3 innings in the beginning, and you're able to fill that gap to not press your bullpen. So it's a piggyback situation to where hopefully he can get built up. And if he's, towards the top of his game in the playoffs, you're just adding another guy that can help us out.
I mean, the buildup is crazy, right? You've gone through it before, right? And what's that like for a starting pitcher coming off an injury, or even just after just the dead arm, getting a rest for a while? You got to build back up. What's that like?
I think, especially with the elbow, it's more about trust. It's throwing a pitch and trusting that your elbow is going to stay together. I think that's the biggest hurdle to try to climb over is just throwing a ball and hoping your elbow doesn't explode. Like it's just, and once you get past that, you're back to 100% and you can just move on, mentally move on. That's the biggest thing. It's where he's at in the mental side of it and trusting his elbow to be able to throw pitches.
Well, mentally, he came out the other day and said, no, I think AJ needs me to go 7 and be, I'm like, hey, relax. You brought that up on the, I mean, I don't think he's any different than anybody else in our rotation. Robbie Ray didn't really have it yesterday, hasn't really had it since he's gotten here. But Craig went out and got him. And said, no, I got a pen, and we're going to try to win this game, and pulled him. And I think you do the exact same with Joe. I think you do the exact same with Michael King. I think you do what you have to do. You can't burn the bullpen out, but you also can't afford to punt games unless they're just out of hand. 8-0 in the second. Okay, we're gonna turn the page to tomorrow.
And Chris, I trust the Padres organization to be somewhat clear-eyed when it comes to Joe Musgrove. We are all rooting so hard for him to come back and be Joe Musgrove that you want to give him every opportunity. But if he scuffles, not going to be surprised. First start too. Like, how long can you keep giving him those chances? Like, if this was the April or May, you go, yeah, just keep going. He'll figure it out. But again, when you're in a playoff race and you're one game up on two teams and every game is so critical, you can't be necessarily wasting starts on a guy who hasn't figured it out yet. So that's kind of my question is what kind of runway and leeway can you give to Joe Musgrove as he comes back?
I think you can fit him in nicely. I really do, because right now you have 5 guys in your starting rotation, and that does not include Kyle Hart. I have no problem with Walker Buehler piggybacking a game with Joe Musgrove or Vasquez, whatever the case may be here, to get Joe to a situation where potentially you could use him in one of those games that Brian's talking about in October on a day like he was against the Mets, where he's just not going to give up a run. Yep. He's capable of it. So let's try to get him there. If he doesn't get there, you got to shoot for the stars, keep your feet on the ground type of thing. So I'm excited Joe's coming back. I don't think he'd be rushing it. I mean, to get to here. If he feels he's here, then I think he's legitimately here. I don't know. I'm still mad at the Dodgers sitting guys out all season, and now they're all back throwing 7 innings, striking out 12.
Yeah, this is part, Braden.
Drives me crazy.
Braden, this is part of the trouble I'm having is, I have formed these opinions about the Padres all season long. One of them was being, hey, if they don't get Joe Musgrove or Nick Pivetta back, at least one of them, then what are we doing here? This team just is not going to have it. And now I'm watching this team without either Joe Musgrove or Nick Pivetta look like a really, really good baseball team. And I'm wondering, I was wrong about that too. How badly do they need Joe Musgrove back at this point, and what does that comeback look like to you?
I think they need him for the final month. I think they're going to need him for September more so than October. I think it'd be nice to have him in October. Obviously, he's got playoff experience. He's got playoff experience in a Padres uniform. I think him being one of the leaders down there, it's a lot harder. It's first of all, it's already hard to lead as a starting pitcher. It's even more difficult to lead a team and help lead a team when you're a starting pitcher that hadn't pitched in 2 years. So I think that's a little bit of a boost. I think you can never have as many, you never have enough pitching, right? So I think he's going to be very valuable in getting to the playoffs, probably more so than in the playoffs. I mean, we've talked about this a lot. You only really need like 3 starters, maybe 4 max in the postseason. You rely heavily on your bullpen. They have enough of those guys, I think, to get you a couple of games. That'd probably be a little bit, nicer probably to have like a Joe Musgrove start. Then you can move, guys like, Buehler into the bullpen maybe. But, I think they're going to need him at during September, probably more so than anything else. But as you mentioned, Ben, yeah, you watch this team, and I said on July 23rd, I was like, this team's cooked. There's no way they're going to be able to make it through this. And then they go on a tear. I think the more frustrating thing is we knew they were capable of doing this, and they had to flip a switch in the second half of the season to be in this spot. It'd be a lot easier if they just, kind of did this at the beginning of the year. But I think they are going to need Joe Musgrove in September.
Well, maybe next year, and we can see a faster start and not have to go through this again. It's our Epic Wings, Epic Padres Roundtable on 97.3 The Fan. Brian Lawrence is our special guest. Epic Wings, try their new limited time spicy barbecue, which is the classic barbecue with a touch of Carolina Reaper pepper for a smooth, kick.
I'm sorry, did you say smooth?
Smooth. Yeah, I had one that wasn't as quite smooth a couple of weeks ago.
I was going to say, I don't remember your experience being that smooth.
I think they just put a little too much Carolina Reaper on that one.
Let's be clear, that was not Epic Wings' fault.
No, that was my fault for sure. Seventh inning stretch. We take a little break from the baseball. Off topic. I didn't get to it last week, so I'm just going to bring it up. I went to Vegas a week and a half ago with my son for his 21st birthday. What is either your favorite or least favorite thing about going to Las Vegas? Braden, you want to start us out again here on the end?
Yeah, I've only been once since being 21, and that was a couple of years ago. Here's what I think Vegas is kind of like, the concept is very cool. What I don't like about Vegas is my experience now at age like older than 21, right? It's just a different Vegas than it was that I hear stories from like my parents and then even my grandparents that talked about a little bit different of an experience, where things used to be super cheap and they got all their money on the gambling part. Missing out on that part of Vegas, I think is kind of my least favorite. But it's cool. Like, they usually have some cool stuff that you can't, do here in San Diego, obviously. I honestly, even if you don't even bet at the sports book, watching games at a sports book is kind of like a surreal experience the first time you do it. I did that a couple of years ago. And, without even having any money on the games, you just hear cheering all over the place and you're trying to find the TV that they are watching, that they are gambling on. So I think watching sports in Vegas is pretty cool. I think the fact that it's uber expensive now sucks.
Chris, you've had to go a ton for, Mountain West and tournaments and be in that city, not necessarily on vacation every single time. I love Braden's observation because when I first went there, there's something about $1.99 steak and eggs, even though it's not a very good steak. It's
didn't need it at 4 a.m, but you got it anyway.
Yet I'm still only paying $1.99 for this, which was kind of cool. What is either your favorite or least favorite thing about Las Vegas?
Yeah, he took mine. I mean, I did go in the days when they begged you to come by offering you buffets for $2 and $3 and room rates that were $14. It was so incredibly inexpensive. So I missed that. I think what I still like, though, about Vegas is everybody trying to outdo each other. Circa, their pool area is something that is just almost doesn't even seem real. And then you go down the street or, on the Strip, and then there's the Sphere, which doesn't seem real. So I think going to Vegas and just seeing every place outdo the next one is kind of exciting. But I do miss the free food or the cheap food. And the experience of seeing those neon lights for the first time when that really didn't exist anywhere else on Earth. Now it's not as dramatic.
B-Law, you had any couple of trips to Vegas in your past?
Well, I'm not a big gambler.
Yeah,
I will a little, but I think for me, which I did play in Vegas, so I was in AAA with the Padres.
What was the nickname? Were they the Area 51? What were they back then?
Stars.
The Las Vegas Stars, yeah.
So we were the Stars, and then it went to the Dodgers the next year. They moved to
Summerlin or wherever they're. Portland. Oh, the Padres moved to Portland, yeah.
Portland. And so, when you're staying and playing there, it's a little different. You're not but we would on me and my roommate would on our way home, the Palace Station was on our way home, we'd exit and we'd go in and it was like a $5 steak and eggs at midnight, after a game.
It has to be midnight.
And so we did that. But I just think people watching, like going and just seeing the different people walk around and, it's very interesting to me. So,
all right, cutting in here as we continue our extended edition of today's EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show. Sam Levitt back with you inside our San Diego studios. Again, we have had a lengthy rain delay here before first pitch in Cleveland. The good news is we do have an approximate 1:50 p.m. first pitch for this series finale between the Padres and the Cleveland Guardians. We will send things to the booth with Jesse and Tony, and hopefully from that point on, get ready for Padres baseball at 1:50. We'll send things to the booth in 15 minutes. So let's sort of reset things here on our pregame coverage. Again, we very much appreciate you joining us on this Sunday morning as turned into Sunday afternoon. We were on the air at 9:40 a.m. this morning. It's going to end up being a 3+ hour rain delay before first pitch. But again, the good news is that looks like we will be playing baseball with first pitch coming your way right around 1:50 p.m. Big thank you to the Epic Padres Roundtable. Great job by all those guys hearing that conversation about, I think, some pretty important big picture topics when it comes to the Padres. Also gave us a little break here in the studio during our rain delay programming. But hey, I think we did a pretty good job. A lot of phone calls, got to the roundtable. We've checked in with Jesse and Tony a handful of times as well. Okay, from this point forward, now we revert back into our kind of typical pregame coverage. Let's set the scene and do sort of an EcoWater SoCal Padres pregame show 2.0 mini version to get you ready for this series finale. Well, these two teams come in, they've been heading in different directions. Padres come in 66-58. They had a 6-game win streak snap last night. Even with that, Padres have still won 16 of their last 21 games. Padres entered today in a 3-way tie with the D-backs and Phillies for the final 2 NL wildcard spots. We do have updates on the out-of-town scoreboard. We'll get to that in a little bit. Guardians came into today 60-64, came into the day again just 1 game out of an American League wild card spot. Entering today, 6 teams within a game of one another for that final wild card spot in the American League. All right, well, after our interview here, we'll reset the out-of-town scoreboard. We'll talk about today's starting pitching matchup, but we played this interview for you way earlier in the 10 a.m. hour. Let's play it again. It was a really good conversation I had with Mason Miller inside the Padres clubhouse. Mason and I, as you'll hear, talked about a number of different topics, including the impact of Adrian Morejon on Mason's season. Morejon and Miller, they have been the best 1-2 punch in the back end of a bullpen in baseball by far and away. They have been so good together at shutting the door on Padres wins. Here was my conversation with Mason Miller. Let's revisit that chat before today's game in Cleveland. Sam Levitt here on the Padres Radio Network as we get ready for today's game. And right now I'm joined by Padres closer Mason Miller. Mason, we were talking the other night. You said something interesting to me. You said, regarding Adrian Morejon, you couldn't do what you do without him doing what he does. Can we dive into that a little bit more, what it's meant to you this season to have a setup man, the quality of Adrian pitching in front of you on so many nights?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes way further than just Mo, too. Brad and all these other guys. Yuki's having an incredible year. Wandy's throwing a ton of innings for us. Different points and times of the year, a lot of guys chipping in, too. So it's kind of just the conglomerate effort of everybody. But, for Adrian specifically, just coming in, getting it out in an inning, going back out. He's, I think, got like 63 innings already this year. So that's an insane number. But it's also one thing to throw that many innings, another thing for it to pretty much every time he's been in the game. It's been a tight game or coming in with a big situation. A lot of games that could have swung a different direction, kind of hinging on his success. So, I've had a great year myself, but, I think that his value has to be, exponentially higher than what I've been able to do this year, just as a 1 inning, type of closer. I've picked up an extra out here and there, but, the amount of times he's put us in a position that, kind of a pivotal moment in the game. And it's like, that's the guy we want on the mound, So I think, in my opinion, I think he's been our most valuable guy down there.
The results for Adrian speak for themselves, but what stands out about Adrian even beyond what maybe somebody like me or fans can see about the way he goes about his business?
Yeah, I mean, he has an extremely level head, extremely personal guy, but I think it's just the work and the preparation that goes for everybody in this locker room. That nobody really gets to see all the work that guys put in behind closed doors that goes into us being able to do what we do. So, I just constantly am trying to get on his level. It's good. That's what they kind of talk about. It's like get around guys that are really, really good at what they do, and that kind of elevates people around you. So, I think his performance is one thing, but I think he's elevated everybody's performance around him as well.
When you guys are in the bullpen together, there are a lot of situations where it sometimes is just you two, maybe a few other people down there as the game is progressing and different relievers are getting into the game. Are you guys communicating during the game about game plan, about what hitters are doing, things like that?
No, I think for both of us, it's, we have a really, really strong skill set is what we're able to do. And, there's not really bad matchups for us. You could look at it as he's a lefty, I'm a righty, and we could mix and match and do that. But feel really good about him getting righties out, feel good about me getting lefties out. So it's pretty much like there's not a bad matchup for us down there. It's literally just go out there and force them to beat you. I've seen it plenty of times for myself, and in his case a little bit too. Just sometimes you do the other team some favors, put guys on base for free. Give him a pitch to hit in a situation that you probably shouldn't, and it literally just boils down to we're in control on the mound, and you take control, know who you are, and go dominate.
I initially asked you about Adrian Morjon, and you immediately started talking about other people, which I think speaks volumes to what this bullpen is, the quality of this pen as a whole. When you look at everybody from you to Adrian to Bradley to Jeremiah to Yuki to Wandy, everybody in this bullpen, you're right, there are so many quality arms that have contributed. When you look at the overall group, what stands out about what you guys do and the way you guys have gone about it this year?
I think it's just consistency and answering the bell. There's plenty of situations that guys maybe are probably too good to be pitching in, but that's kind of the situation we find ourselves in, because we have so many good arms down there, and that's a luxury to this team that we have so many quality arms in the bullpen here. We have guys on the IL, guys in the minor league rehab end or in AAA that are extremely capable of getting big league outs. So just being a part of a group like this is something we all take a lot of pride in, and it's kind of like a selfless kind of approach to it, where it's not about me, it's about the group, it's about the team, and I think you play your best, pitch your best when you're not trying to do it for yourself, you're doing it for the guy next to you, guy in front of you, guy behind you.
We're joined by Padres pitcher Mason Miller here on the Padres Radio Network. Mason, I want to finish up by asking you about one of the younger guys, and that's Bradley Rodriguez. I mean, this guy has been unbelievable. Any role he's been given, any situation, he's been asked to open 4 times. He's thrown a scoreless inning each time he's been asked to open a game. He's really burst on the scene and has been able to handle everything. From your perspective, what is allowing Bradley to perform at this kind of level?
I mean, his stuff is amazing, like so many pitchers in this game now. But, I think what's helped him take the next step is guys like Wandy and, just like we've kind of talked about, being amongst a group of guys that have a lot of success. Success is contagious, but, just his ability to learn, and, even if, he has an outing where it doesn't necessarily go the way that he wants, it's not an empty outing. That's what separates people, is learning from your mistakes and, not being the same guy and expecting different results, like being willing to adapt and change and continue to be unpredictable. But yeah, I mean, from the jump this year, he's been amazing.
Mason, great insight as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sam.
That was Mason Miller earlier inside the Padres clubhouse. As always, a big thank you to Mason for his great insight and his time. We have not seen Mason Miller in this series so far. I would say hopefully we see him today in this series finale between the Padres and Guardians. Hey, you see Mason Miller, pretty good chance the Padres have a nice opportunity to win a ball game, and the Padres trying to win this series here today. Again, if you're just joining us, we have had a very, very lengthy rain delay. First pitch was scheduled for 10:40 a.m. But the good news is we are on the precipice of a first pitch right now, scheduled for 1:50 here in San Diego. And we send things to Jesse and Tony in just a little bit more than 5 minutes. All right, let's get you ready for today's game in a couple of different ways here as we wrap up what has been a 4-hour pregame coverage here on this Sunday. Let's give you a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard here, tell you what's going on around the major leagues. We do have some significant games going on right now from a Padres standpoint, from the NL wildcard race standpoint. Pirates leading the Red Sox 7-3 in Pittsburgh. The Yankees lead the Blue Jays 4-2 in Toronto. Ben Rice, his 33rd home run of the season in that game for the Yanks. Marlins ahead of the Reds 7-1 in the 9th inning in Cincinnati. Javier Sanoja, Heriberto Hernandez home runs in that game for Miami. The Phillies trailed the Twins 5-0 in Minnesota. They have come back to tie that game 5-5 in the 8th inning. And in fact, they have the bases loaded in that 8th inning right now. Cardinals ahead of the Cubs 9-2 in Chicago in the 4th inning. Rockies lead the Giants 4-1 in the 2nd in San Francisco. Rangers ahead of the A's 1-0 in the 2nd in Sacramento. Royals and the Angels scoreless in the 2nd in Anaheim. Brewers and the Dodgers in LA scoreless in the 2nd in LA. Games that have gone final today. Orioles beat the Rays 10-2 in Tampa Bay. Braves beat the D-backs. That's some good news. 5-3 in Atlanta. Matt Olson, go-ahead 3-run home run for the Braves in the bottom half of the 7th inning in that one. Mets beat the Nationals 4-3 in New York. White Sox beat the Tigers 7-5 in Detroit. So, nice opportunity for the Padres today to pick up a game on the D-backs who have lost. And again, Phillies and Twins are tied right now at 5 in the 8th inning in Minnesota. Cardinals are winning big, so they continue to hang around. Marlins hanging around, but as we talked about with Jesse Agler a little bit earlier, I think right now, even here on August 16th, it is a little bit more about what the Padres do rather than what other teams do. And the Padres certainly could help themselves by winning this series in Cleveland here today. Let's take one quick look at our starting pitching matchup one more time. Casey Mize, right-hander, on the mound for the Padres today. 2 starts with San Diego so far. 1 in Arizona. Didn't go well. 3 1/3 innings. Career high 8 earned runs given up. Much better against Milwaukee earlier this week. 6 innings, 2 runs given up on 5 hits. Today will be his 6th career start against the Guardians. He's been very good against them in his career. A 2.93 ERA. His lone start in Cleveland in his career, he went 7 shutout innings. That came last July. Right-hander Tanner Bybee on the mound for Cleveland. A 3.99 ERA in 25 starts this season. His record, though, is 4-12. Last start in Detroit was okay, not great. 6 innings and a third, 6 runs given up, 5 earned for Bybee. He's had a shaky start to August. Before that, he posted a 2.77 ERA in his final 4 starts of July. 2 career starts against the Padres, 1 good in 2024, 5 2/3 scoreless innings, and 1 not so good in 2023 when he gave up 6 earned runs in 4 innings. Fernando Tatis Jr. hit a home run against him in that game. Well, 4 hours later, we are done with our pregame coverage. Finally, we got baseball coming your way in Cleveland. When we come back, we send things out to Jesse and Tony. They'll have the full starting lineups, first pitch, and all the play-by-play. Hopefully, it was worth the wait for the Padres today. I'll talk to you post-game on the Padres Radio Network. Enjoy the game, everybody.
Jack Murphy.